too kind to Aitken and Estra, and not too far behind Colton Herter. He's just about another second and a half away in 4th place overall. It's tight at the front, not for the race leader, but the battle for 2nd place is where the action is.
James Allen in from 7th position in LMP2 for a stop and quite possibly a driver change, as now the wins-backed number 2 of Ben Hanley has a real tussle on his hands, zigzagging their way through. This is going to be some lappery from the CrowdStrike racing by APR car of Malte Jakobsen. So Jakobsen is working lap 6.36, whereas the number 2 car of Ben Hanley is a couple of laps behind that. But he's not going to make it easy, Ben Hanley, for the Dane behind to skip through. Weirdly, on the screen, they're actually together in 5th and 6th positions, but the other way around. So this is the 5th placed LMP2 car looking to put another lap on the 6th place car for United Autosports USA.
Yeah, well covered. Again, any shots to the sky, it's still remaining very grey. Hopefully any vestige of rain is going away, but especially for teams like Tower Motorsports, because they've got a pit stop coming up, so they don't want any rain within the following lap. But all looking cool, calm and collected for them. Tower Motorsports have had a really, really good run in this Daytona 24 hours.
Into pit road will appear Felipe Massa in the number 74 Riley. Tower Motorsports pitting right on cue as well. As Bruce mentioned, the team ready to jump over the wall there to tend to the latest pit stop. There was a driver change in the number 81. So James Allen out and Kiffin Simpson in to the Dragon Speed Oreca, which runs 7th. But this is going to be one for Joe. This is the one for Joe to keep an eye on for LMP2. So let's get to a CrowdStrike pit report right now.
Yeah, so the number 8 Tower Motorsports car is going to have a driver change. It's Scott McLaughlin who's going to take over. I think it was Ferdy, wasn't it? Ferdy Absberg who was driving that car. He's now handing that to Scott McLaughlin. Felipe Massa, on the other hand, they can't get him out of the car. He's staying in. I'm not saying they can't get him out. He doesn't want to get out. He's been told to stay in. Oh, almost went a bit prematurely. He's snagging on the clutch there. And that was Massa on the limiter there with the fuel is still engaged. And there goes IndyCar driver Scott McLaughlin to chase after the former Formula 1 Ferrari driver. So quite a star-studded field, isn't it, we have here? And that's the LMP2 pure racing battle resuming out on track.
We had a decision regarding the collision between the 2 GT cars on the infield, and it's a warning penalty for car number 1. So Neil Verhagen just getting a slap on the wrist, but he won't need to visit the pit lane because of that. So just a slight misjudgment for Neil Verhagen. Maybe some early braking from Onofrio Triasi, as you say, an avoidance of an LMP2 car that was on the high side into the international horseshoe. But the number 1 car will not be delayed because of that. And the number 1, remember, needs to stay as close as possible to James Calado's Risi Competizione Ferrari. Let's head to Joe again.
Yeah, we've got a flurry of LMP2 pit stops, and this time it's the leading number 18, the Era Motorsport car of Christian Rasmussen, the Indy Next champion, at the wheel of the car and stays at the wheel of the car. I didn't see a driver change there, and I'm pretty sure I didn't miss that. Fueling going in, so all pretty standard pit stops what we're seeing now. Everybody doing these pit stops as quickly as possible, because time can be gained if not lost. That's the philosophy, isn't it?
Totally, yeah, you're going to lose way more than you stand to gain if you start to take risks during a pit stop, particularly this close to the end of the race. Feels a bit strange saying that when we've got well over 3 hours still to go, but with every tick of the seconds on the clock, there's less time of the race to try and recover any sort of incident that you may be having, so you just need to hit your markers. A reminder then that the incident responsibility assessed to car 1, assessed to Neil Verhagen, but they just get a warning at Paul Miller Racing with the BMW M4 after that nose-to-tail contact to the rear of Onofrio Triasi's Ferrari. It is RS2 IMSA radio with the 62nd edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We're live on the track here at 107.9 FM and WDIS Sirius XM Channel 207. It's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones keeping you well up to date with what's going out on the track and any incidents and stories breaking out in pit lane or indeed behind the wall. Joe Bradley keeping us in tune with the CrowdStrike pit and paddock reports, and Shay Adams going to also make sure that she is covering the other end of the pit lane. So it's going to be a two-pronged CrowdStrike attack for the pit reports. And let's get a quick one now from Joe Bradley. In fact, what else have you seen?
Well, another LMP2 pit stop for you again. Another very sort of regimented, if you like. Tyres have gone on. In fact, oh no, as I say that, the fuel, I was left with just the fueler. And now we're bringing out a couple of planks of wood, one at the front, one at the back, and then some air pads to lift the car. This is the jacks, so the air jacks in the car don't appear to be working. And I haven't noticed this, I don't know if Shay has, but the car is being lifted to allow them to change tyres on air pads. It's kind of a jack, but manual, not air jacks within the car. So I'm not sure if that's an issue. I'll check with the team. Because you know what? It's not, all right, it's effective insofar as you can get the wheels and tyres changed, but it's certainly not as clean cut as an air jack just being plugged in and the car going down. And then when they release the air jack, it's kind of like an air-filled pad, and you've got to kind of push the air out, physically push the air out, and then pull the plank out. This is messy for the 99. That's going to cost them time every time.
Let's stay in the pits with another CrowdStrike report, this time from Shay.
Down at the other end of the pit lane, the 40 WTR Andretti car is in the Acura getting full service. Windshield clean, not a tear-off. No driver change, but 4 new Michelin tires just waiting on the fuel.
Yeah, but that 99 issue that Joe was describing for Paul-Luc Chatin's car, the 80 racing machine, is now back into the race. But if they're going to have to keep doing that, far from ideal to get a good result. Again, how strange things can quickly turn, because the AO racing car was regularly at the front of about 4 or 5 cars that were taking turns to lead the race, but it's now dropped down to 8th position and at least 5 laps off the lead pace, which is Christian Rasmussen right now for Era Motorsport, but not very far away. Malte Jakobsen for CrowdStrike Racing, into Europol by PR1 Matheson and Tom Dillman. Riley's Felipe Massa and Scotty McLaughlin, who's just taken over, as Joe described, the Tower Motorsports Orica. Here's Colton Herter. Actually, that 40 car's just completed its stop. Kevin Estre will come down pit lane, the number 6, and Joe Bradley's got something to pick on that he mentioned a moment or two ago, and then we'll get to Shay for the latest on the 6 Porsche. Joe first.
Team manager from EO Racing, Gunnar Jeanette, confirms they've lost the air jacks, lost them about 2.5 hours ago. He smiled. He's been around this sport enough to not let that stress him out too much, but he does realise, and yeah, they are going to lose time with every pit stop and with every tyre change, because it's just not as clean and crisp as an air jack.
Kevin Estre's got a new nose. Well, sorry, not to panic Caroline there. Not he, but Porsche has a new nose going on it, and they've taken this opportunity to do fuel and tires for the number 6 Porsche. No driver change. Also into the pit lane is the number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche. I came down here for a chat with Richard Westbrook. He's decided not to talk to me just quite yet. He's staying aboard for another stint with 4 new Michelin tires, clean of the windscreen and waiting on the fuel. Also in the JDC Mustang sampling car, just a couple boxes up. That's the number 5. It looks like they did do some service inside the cockpit, but I did not see a driver change for that car either. It also is fuel and tires, and wow, both of the privateer Porsches getting away at the same time. That was beautiful synchronicity, but already gone is the Penske car.
And off towards the end of pit road. Onofrio Triasi is in the Competizione Triasi Competizione Ferrari 296, which had that spin, well, contact and spin into the International Horseshoe, but this now a scheduled stop as we head back to Joe in the pits for this interview. So it's Ferdi Habsburg. Oh, hang on a moment. The
3rd place Porsche's just gone off the track.
Third place
number
Porsche
6
is off the road. Yeah. So this is was this the outlet for Kevin Estre? It was. and the number 6 car hits the brakes, but there's absolutely no grip as it turned in and nosed into the barrier. And all of a sudden, Penske Motorsports 963 challenged to back up the race leader, which is now in the pits. Car 7 is under huge jeopardy because as Kevin now stalled the car, well, he's found reverse. That was the big problem, was finding the reverse gear. With a hot gearbox, they are often so resistant to going into reverse. Now he needs to work his way through the gearbox to the forward momentum, and that is proving very, very difficult indeed. So I'll keep an eye on this 6 Porsche that is just not moving at all. As Shay can bring us this about the sister car, which might be the only gun in the barrel now for Penske Motorsports. Shay.
Fuel and tires, and most importantly, it beat out the 31, which has Jack Aitken aboard. Those 2 cars are very nearly nose to tail. I'm watching Tawny in the flag stand to see if she's reaching down for the double yellows, and she did just reach down for something, but the pits are still open. We are still green. So for the time being, race control giving everyone the opportunity to dive into the lane.
Yeah, and that is because, as you were chatting, Kevin Estre was able to start moving again in the white pinstripe Porsche 963. But having rejoined in 3rd position, Colton Herta has already got by that Porsche. Alessio Picariello will have been too far back. No, he wasn't, so he's got ahead of Kevin Estre. Tymon von der Helm also up a place to 5th now for the JDC Miller Motorsports car. So Penske have lost out not only to Acura, but to the 2 customer 963s for Proton and JDC Miller. A horrible exit back out onto the racetrack for Kevin Estre, and most uncharacteristic of a very talented driver, Bruce.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's still beyond the lead lap, I think, but only just. And bear in mind, he was duking it out with Jack Aitken to try and take 2nd place, so Porsche's works cars could run 1st and 2nd. Didn't see why he ended up going off. There'd just been a pit stop, turn 3, but it was just agony waiting for him to find some form of motive movement there, but he has got it done. But it's just a race every time the number 6 gets back in the mix. Bear in mind, this car was about 45 seconds down, 50 seconds down on the sister car. Full course yellow brought them back into the pack, and the desperation to get the move done to move into 2nd place, move past Jack Aitken, led to him bouncing across the grass not so long ago, going through the kink at turn 4, but this time it seemed to be all on its own, unless some video footage is produced otherwise.
Well, Kevin's doing his absolute best to try and warm up those front tyres by flicking the steering wheel to the left violently. He then rejoined and, yeah, back onto through the kink on the exit of pit road. Then just hits the brakes where he would normally have done so, and just skates right off and then onto the grass. I think he was just clear of the tyre wall, but the car's moving around all over the place on these ice-cold tyres. It was a lockup from the left and then on the front right as well. And he's desperately pumping the brake to make sure that it doesn't fully lock up, but just couldn't arrest the speed in time.
No, he couldn't. As he was trying to turn in the corner, he had the number 70 Inception Racing McLaren up the inside. Whether that just put him off and he just went off past his braking point, but the car is going again, the number 6 Porsche, but instead of being in 3rd place challenging for 2nd, he's down in 6th place. He's got 662 laps on the board. His race leader 663. That's Matt Campbell. So really, what are we looking at? 3 hours 40 minutes remaining in this 24-hour race, 24 hours of Daytona. And it's looking as though, well, hold on, there is still time for the pendulum to go the other way. Still a time for a full course yellow to lead the pack, being closed right up. But I just want to check he hasn't fallen more than 1 lap down the race leader. No, he hasn't. He's just sweeping through to complete another lap around. That'll be 663 laps on the board for his car as well.
Yeah, the gap then from Matty Campbell now back to Estre, 1st to 6th, is 1 minute and 14 seconds. Our lap time around here, a real one, if you're pushing on, is 1 minute and 35. At the moment, they're doing 137s, 138. And Jack Aitken a touch slower than that first time around, because that was his outlap and he was allowing the Michelin tyres to get back up the temperature. But you think about the number of times that Estre will have gone into the International Horseshoe on cold tyres, and he'll be thinking, well, I know where to brake. You know, I've attempted to warm up the tyres as much as I can, abiding by the pit road speed limit. And he was violently flicking the wheel to the left and to the right before he got back on the way to make sure that front tyre temp was vaguely up there. I mean, you know, it's not going to be until you've done probably 2/3 or maybe a full lap around here. But these world-class drivers can generally adapt to it. Whether he caught a bit of grease on the track or, I don't know, something, maybe some semi-bit of coolant that had ended up on the offline there. Tricky to say, and maybe he might not even know what caused that problem. But then you've got to have, you know, peace of mind, a collection of thoughts to just say, let's not concentrate too much on the time I'm hemorrhaging here and try and get the car back into the race as quickly as possible. There was definitely an issue, though, locating reverse gear and then coaxing the gearbox back into first to pull away from the grass.
Hideous. I think yours is a very good point, and I think you're probably pretty much spot on in terms of a bit of liquid on the circuit, something slippery, because that, you know, the car just didn't want to turn in at all. On that point, he ended up just, but we wondered if he got close to the tyre wall. Yes, about a foot was the distance between the nose of the car. But luckily he did get it going, but it really, you know, it could close up with another full course yellow if we're going to have one. The weather looks so it's going to hold still. The blue sky we saw earlier this morning, you can see little slivers of it, but it's largely a grey day. But importantly, the sky is no longer charcoal grey behind the main grandstand. So hopefully whatever rain was possibly coming through has moved on past, and we will have dry running to the end. Fingers crossed on that. But for Kevin Estre, all that experience, all the success he's had, that'll be a moment that he will not want to remember at all. Let's hope from his point of view it's not one that denies them a podium finish, but he's down in 6th place. All 6 cars on the front stint, of course, are in GTP on the lead lap, but he's right at the tail of that. If he lost 20 seconds more, he'd go a lap down, which we know is the ultimate thing you do not want to do, because a full course yellow would no longer bring you back into the mix if that was the case.
It's that time again for a round of GTD pit stops. The race leader, Winward Racing Mercedes, into pit road, Shea Adams. So what service are they doing on the 57?
That's Joe's end. I'm actually at the Lexus in the second place car, and it is fuel and sticker tires for Aaron Thielen, staying aboard for another stint.
Okay, so Thielit's pitting from second after the contact to the 023 of, well, now Riccardo Agostini's car. It was Onofrio Triasi, though, at the time, and the 023 having to come fighting back again. Indy Doncia's pit stop seems to be going to plan so far, though, pitting after 616 laps. And if Joe's in the vicinity of the 57 crew, we should be able to get another CrowdStrike pit and paddock report either during the pit stop or maybe quickly afterwards. There's been a driver change, in fact, there, as Doncia hands over to Phil Ellis. So if Indy is in conversational mood, it might not be a bad idea to catch up with him after at least a couple of stints where he was really charging hard, especially that fabulous fight with Onofrio Triasi. Also, GTD Pro leader comes into pit lane. So Neil Verhagen staying out in the Paul Miller Racing BMW. He moves from second to first, but James Collado is in, Shea Adam.
And he's staying in, so I'm going to grab him for a chat in just a few moments' time. A bit of a sticky gun, once again, on that right rear of the Racing Competizione Ferrari. This was the brake change that they had issue with, was on that tire. But they managed to get all 4 tires changed. No harm, no foul, because the car is still up on the air jacks, waiting on the refueling to finish. Still up on the air jacks. There we go. Now it drops down. Fuel nozzle is still attached. And we wait for the signboard to go. That's APG who's taken over. Alessandro Pirguidi.
So back into the office he climbs, and it's a very familiar space indeed in a now a year-old car, the Ferrari 296. It took
Thank you, Razio. Grazie per il follow, man. Welcome.
Benvenuto. At the Nürburgring, 24 hours around the great Nordschleife circuit there in the west of Germany, and nobody quite saw that coming, because that's traditionally been a race dominated by the 4 big German manufacturers. And the 296 looking to try and get victory in GTD Pro here at Daytona in 2024.
Way lost.
A superb result.
Thank you very much.
For
Follow, man. Welcome.
Run.
Bienvenido, todo bien. Aquí, tú sabes, mirando la vaina como está. Se están dando durísimo. Tú sabes. Hacemos lo que podemos para darle gusto a la gente. Por lo menos en esto, que no puede.
It's very, very busy in the pit lane.
¿Y dónde tú eres, manito?
Bradley has caught up with the driver who had probably the best last hour in this race. His name is Indy Doncha. He's just out of the Winwood Racing Mercedes, car number 57.
Wow, la BMW está, coño, que por atrás es bien durísimo. Pero son primeros, 44, loco.
Yeah, of course. It's tough racing out there, and we're fighting the Ferrari hard, and it was really difficult to pass him. I think it took me 6-7 laps where to catch him, and finally it happened, and yeah, really happy with that.
I think from where we were watching from, it looked like you saw the traffic coming to you.
Aquí pasó de todo,
you were thinking all the time.
Yeah, you have to make use of the traffic everybody has. Sometimes it's not in your in a negative way, sometimes in a positive way, and sometimes you need those things.
And have you logged where the Ferrari strong?
Y lo bueno es que faltan todavía 3 horas y media. Imagínate tú lo que puede pasar. Ahorita el cielo estaba nublado, no sé. Y le van a dar lluvia, pero no he visto nada todavía. El cielo lo que está es relajo.
And you enjoyed that, didn't you?
Thank you.
I wish you could see his smile, boys. He's had a good stint.
Thanks, Joe, and I must say I've probably known Indy for about nearly 10 years now. He's normally smiling, makes me laugh quite a lot. He's got that very dry sense of humour. You know, when you listen to the words coming out of his mouth, you think one thing, then you see the expression on the face and you realise he's just trying to put one over you. So we do always like drivers with a sense of humour, but clearly a very good right foot as well. But very interesting your question there, Joe, about the relative performance of the Ferrari versus the Mercedes. The Mercedes, a better known car in GT3 simply because the Mercedes AMG has been around a few years more, but the 296 Ferrari, it does look very sleek standing still, but that acceleration it has out of corners, it's very, very good in a straight line. So that's something that he will have to consider when he gets back in the car at some stage between now and the end of the race. We've got just over 3.5 hours remaining in this, the 62nd running of the 24 hours, the Rolex 24 at Daytona International Speedway. Up front, it's still the number 7 Porsche leading the way. Only by 4 seconds, though, from Jack Aitken in the 31 Cadillac, and he's got Brian.
Ahorita había mucha bagaje, estaban dando durísimo. El problema es que después llegaron los GTP y comenzaron a dividir el grupo y toda la cosa. Entonces ahora tienen la distancia ya, en la GTP 4 segundos tiene el segundo. En la LMP2 la segunda tiene 12 segundos del primero. Es el bobo. En la GTD ahorita se estaban dando, ahí sí que estaba gozando ahorita.
Very well in these later stages of the race for Era Motorsport, and the young Dane Christian Rasmussen is doing precisely the job that's required of him, and he's starting to stretch clear. 14.5 seconds clear of Malte Jacobsen, so it's Dane and Dane, and then Tom
Yo no sé qué diablo, porque es que se le ponen los frenos, pues, al loco. La rueda tienen que estar cuadrada, loco.
One Mathiasen, but right now it's all about the Era Motorsport car in P2, and in fact in P2 if you've got a lead of more than 4 seconds you're doing very, very well. The lead at the moment
pero lo estaban haciendo bien ahorita.
is sitting on about 14 seconds, 14.5 seconds over Jacobsen.
Se dieron durísimo.
Pato O'Ward now driving the number 2 United.
Sí, pero pueden pasar muchas cosas también, porque te dije, faltan horas y todavía no es que la carrera se ha acabado. Ahora que se va a poner el momento bueno.
So 139.5 is the fastest that anyone has pedaled an LMP2 car in nearly 21 hours of action. And Philip Ellis in the 57's not long been installed there in the GTD class leading Mercedes, but he's just done that car's best lap of the race so far as well for Winward Racing.
Sí, manito, so, imagínate.
Nice new set of tires.
Ahora es que se va a poner buena la vaina. Sí, ya no está de noche, pero oye, esa gente es de ayer que están metiendo la carrera.
over Jack Aitken as we get this CrowdStrike pit report from Joe.
Yeah, Ben Hanley has just handed over the number 2 United Autosports Horeca to his teammate, Superstar, Paro Award. I'm filling time here, guys, because I'm standing with Ben and now he's put into conversation. He's just had a chat with Richard Dean. Now he's having a chat with his engineer, Gary Romshaw. I'm not going to be rude and stick the mic under there, even though I know Gary very well. But I'm going to ask the question, which is what everybody's thinking about this number 2, and that is basically, I can see he's describing handling characteristics now to Gary. Very little we can do other than tyre pressures regarding that at this stage. But it's going to be all about getting this number 2 back on the lead lap, isn't it? And that's going to be Robert Shaw on the pit wall, using all that tactical nous that we've seen the Le Mans class winning engineer do. Let's see if we can eavesdrop and get a bit of insight to what they're planning. There's lots of gesticulation there. I can't really read it. It's kind of money gesticulation. I think Ben might be thinking, is he can I have a pay rise and we'll do the job. But yeah, it's going to be. Were you asking Gary for more money there? Were you? Because you're doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, we just had a little bit more of an unpredictable car compared to what we've had in the build-up to the race. So we're just trying to understand why that is, really.
Do you think that's down to the? Do you think that's down to the temperature's completely different? It's like a different month, not alone a different day.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this should suit us more. We kind of we thought we might struggle to start the race in the heat and we'd come alive towards the end, but we seem to have had a brake issue for quite a long time. So everything was super hot on the back there, so I don't know whether that's done some damage to something. But yeah, I mean, we're hanging in there. 3.5 hours left. There could always be yellows, you know.
Well, I was going to ask you
from last year, so I know that more than anyone.
Exactly, 30 minutes.
We've got to be in a position to be able to use that yellow, you know.
What I was going to ask you when I walked in here is there anything that you guys can do to get yourselves back on that lead lap?
Well, I mean, we did a pretty good job getting in front of the CrowdStrike car, you know. That was for getting back on the lead lap, and then Rasmussen just seems to be that touch quicker than everyone else, so he's now jumped us, so that puts us now back behind the leader overall, so we got in a good position and then we just lost. There's still 3.5 hours. I mean, I'm considering how clean all the testing was. I'm surprised at how messy the race has been, you know. You know, the conditions have been pretty good, but there's been a lot of mistakes, so we've managed to keep clean. Just a little issue with the temperatures on the back there that might have cost us some performance. We don't know, have to analyze after the race, but it's not bad.
Eso tiene que ser un error
to be a bit stronger, especially with the temperatures how they are today.
Always intriguing for us though, Ben. We love it. Let's head down to Adam, who's got the GTD Pro, I believe, came in from the lead, James Collado.
Yeah, James,
¿Tú la estás mirando de ayer o comenzaste hoy a mirar a Ramsey? Porque ayer pasaron muchísimas cosas. Ayer de verdad Ayer pasaron muchísimas cosas. Mira el cielo como está. Yo diría que iba a llover, pero el cielo lo que está en vagamundería. ¡Pino! Grande Pinocho. Ayer vi como 2 horas. Ok. Bueno. Sí, no, es que imagínate, quedarse ahí. hay que beberse una buena Coca-Cola. Hola, Iván, ¿qué es lo que? Aquí está Tatuázate, esperándote. Hola, Orión, Galaxy, ¿qué es lo que, manito? ¿Todo bien? Porque hablan español todito. Pues tú estás en chill rancio. O sea, tú miras una hora, después te sales, te vas a un par de traguitos por ahí y después regresas a la casa, otra hora y después sale otra vez. No, così va bene, así está bien. Eso sí es bacano, mirar así las 24 horas. Eso es durísimo. Yo también, no es que estuve aquí de que 24/7, ¿no? Yo estuve aquí, tú sabes, me levantaba, hacía vainita, iba al simulador, le metía, luego me paraba, miraba qué es lo que me escribían, los followers, los saltos, toda esa vaina. Ivan, si apenas svegliato, Ivan, hai fatto festa ieri?
Obviously, in a prototype, you've got an awful lot of science on your side,
La
pushing the
resaca.
car down on the road. So I would have thought hustling a GT car, particularly around this place, would have been a real bodily experience. But he's finding it more relaxing, James. But I suppose
Orion Galaxy también tiene que estar mirando. Bueno, yo creo que Orion Galaxy se lo están mirando desde el principio, la 24.
You know, the GTD class against prototypes, you're going to be looking at your mirrors as well as looking forwards when you're trying to attack. Whereas if you're a GTP runner, you just got to look at what's on the track ahead of you because you're not going to be overtaken by another faster class of cars. But, I think it's possibly they just feel like a comfortable pair of shoes for James. He's raced them for so long. Not just race them at the very, very top level. I mean, the success he's had, notably alongside Alessandro Pierguidi, it's legend how many things they've gone through to win. But you know what? It's also driver mind management, isn't it? Tell yourself you're not too fast, you'll take what comes. But you saw how hard he was pushing when he was out on the circuit to get ahead of that GTD battle. It was just ahead of him on the track. He worked it perfectly. And remember, we had that fabulous sight of 3 cars abreast going around the banking with James high above an Onofrio Triazzi and down at the bottom Indy Donchy in the Windward. Mercedes as well.
Porque tú estabas apostando,
I love the way he sort of rebuffed that he was out there just
porque uno que me escribe así es porque está apostando por ahí algo.
Yeah, I was out of the throttle and just, you know, using the momentum of the car.
Sí, pero el 02, ¿dónde que está metido el 02?
The 296
El 02
GT3
está atrás,
making its
loco.
debut at the start of last year there.
En la categoría del MP2.
Ferrari as
Sorpresa
a
del
brand have
21.
already won
Cioè,
the
che sorpresa.
24 Hours and Le Mans, of course, last June with the 499p. So within the same
Seguimos esta casa porque la batería era scarica.
of which we are within until May of this year. This could be the third.
Wey, grazie del follow, man, Benjamin. Thank you very much, bro. Welcome to the jungle.
That has some help from
Grazie,
Oreca,
manito.
incidentally. Both the 499p prototype, the Le Mans hypercar, and this new GT3 car were designed and engineered by Ferrari. And Oreca assembled the 296 GT3 and helped to provide service as well.
Ah, tú eres chileno.
499p,
Oh.
Oreca not involved with that at all.
A handful of years ago, if you talked about
Pero es que el 02, ¿dónde, qué posición tiene el 02 ahora? En el MP2 tú dijiste. Diablo, van en la... Chacho, tiene que pasar de todo, papá. Pero yo te dije, larga. Big Back, thank you very much, Mo. Welcome. Gracias por ese follow. Thank you very much, bro. Ah, tú eres de Chile. Yo soy dominicano, pero vivo aquí en Suiza. Hablo italiano. Tú me ves hablando italiano, creo que es así. Big Bag, thank you, bro. Gracias.
The Triple Crown, of course, other people interpreted it a different way. No good to win the Formula One World Championship. But in terms of GT3 racing, if you win all those 3, I think we can perfectly easily and rightly call that a Triple Crown.
If you're in any doubt as to who is
Bueno, van en la 14, pero ¿tú estás seguro que? Porque yo no miré eso. No puede ser que le pasó algo a la 02.
Absolute best laps within that category. He did a 145.796 on lap 625. He's just crossed the line again and gone even quicker, down to a 45.77.
Allora, Pierguidi.
The South African again in the BMW M4 is absolutely flying because he's got 9.5 seconds to try and find on Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari.
I think frankly he just gets very bored very easily, so he needs a focus. But joking aside, interesting.
Dai Bortolotti, cazzo, dai. Figa, dai.
We had a little bit of damage at the front, the contact down at turn 3 that pitched Onofrio Triazzi into a spin. That was a warning for the crew, don't do that again. But also the rear bodywork on the opposite flank of the car was a little bit battered as well, but much earlier in the race, so not quite as aerodynamically. Now the damage, I never really got to the foot. I'm just hearing Shea Adam from down in the pit lane saying the number 1 car was hit up the rear by the number 23 when they were coming into the pit.
Dai Bortolotti, cazzo, dai Bortolotti.
Racing team car running in GTD Pro. So
Grande Pinocchio! Grande Pinocchio! Gli ultimi spiccioli da ieri sera. Thank you, grande cazzo. Gracias, gracias por esa donación, manito. Thank you very much. Gracias. Gli ultimi spiccioli.
Proton competition Mustang sampling car of Alessio Picariello. His first major experience.
Grande Ivan, grande.
Prototype at this level. Picariello coming onto my radar, although he was on yours well before that from his experience in Asia,
grande,
from Belgium originally, and
grazie,
then followed for the next probably 3 or 4 years establishing his name within GT3 running in Europe and also GTE competition. With at least one time in the European Le Mans Series in the last handful of years, but
2020, I just
andiamo di vino, di qualcosa, non di birra però, perché birra mi gonfia.
In the Far East, I mean, it's a really strange career. Not many drivers leave Europe after a few years of single-seater racing and then head over to Formula Masters in China, but it kept his career going, did well enough in that and started to make a name, and then when GT racing began to blossom over there, people looking for a co-driver. Oh, he's rather good. He knows the circuits, but he's done the rest and became very much a friend of Porsche. That's why he's moved up to the Porsche prototype program.
And taken to it very naturally
indeed. Mai visto, dopo che abbiamo mangiato quella roba lì brasiliana col capodanno lì, che abbiamo lasciato lì tutto il cibo. Quello è stato uno spreco di soldi incredibile. Ma uno spreco di soldi incredibile.
The Penske Motorsport cars were first and third when Kevin Estre had his moment coming out from a scheduled pit stop. Zero grip as he hit the brakes into the international horseshoe, couldn't stop the car in time. And as the number 7, which leads the race in the hands of Matty Campbell, comes out onto the back straight once again. He looks behind him, and it's going to be a long time before Dries Vanthoor appears. Kevin Estre appears, I should say, out of that left-hander at Speedway Turn 2. Now down in 6th
sì, no, per bene era buono, però quanto cazzo di soldi. Guarda, se sapevo che era così facevamo un piatto io e te, facevamo metà.
Early success in this race, and then it went very, very wrong at roughly the same time, actually, for the 24 and the 25. Within about the same 90 minutes, their race somewhat nosedived.
Really did, and just to reiterate for Kevin Estre, he lost the best over a minute with that rotation, and the inability to get that number 6 Porsche going all over again. No such problems. Matty Campbell doing a fantastic job in the sister car number 7, leading by 5 seconds. Jack Aitken is remaining there or thereabouts, but with the problem for Herta, who'd been pushing him very hard indeed.
Sì, ma era partito tutto bene, zio. Poi dopo, guarda, lascia stare, che la mina incazzato. Noi ci sentiamo, siamo usciti ancora qualche ora, però ci dà troppa aria e vaffanculo, potevo lasciarla lì quel giorno che ero ubriaco a perso. Poi io non mi sono neanche più di vedere, ero dietro lei perché volevo
Proton competition Porsche. So for now it's sort of settled down into a little pattern among the GT4 runners, GTP runners. 3¼ hours remaining. Lots of battling, but not at the very front of the field.
Yeah. They're just keeping their powder dry before the real fight begins, if you like, in about an hour and 15 minutes time. So often I've heard it mentioned that if you're on the lead lap and even just hanging on to the tail end of the lead with 2 hours to go, then there is still a chance of taking victory at this wonderful event. The 6.2 litre V8 that you can just about here in the background, powering Philip Ellis through Speedway turns 2 and 3, and now onto the backstretch. This is the 57 Winward Racing Mercedes that has an 11-second lead over Vasser Sullivan's Lexus for Aaron Thielitz in car number 12. And then the Triati Competizione Ferrari of Riccardo Agostini, 023. Don't get that confused with the 23 Aston Martin, the 023 car.
Sì, la vittoria. Quella era la più gnocca. Quella era gnocca proprio.
Just taking a little look at that. Aaron Thielitz is definitely starting to close on Philip Ellis. So the car that's second in GTD is closing in for Vasser Sullivan. They need to draw something out of this race because the number 14, the sister car, had retired long ago from GTD Pro. And I must say, ahead of this race, that was one of my class favourites of GTD Pro because of the lineup of Jack Hawksworth, Ben Barnicoat, so much success together. Carl Kirkwood and Mike Conway, who can sort of do no wrong in a prototype, but running in the GTD class. I looked at that and thought,
sempre con sto cazzo di Ivory davanti alla gente.
It's far better for you, for the team, for everyone if it's well balanced rather than having a few stars and a few others. This is GTD Pro, of course, so I expect them all to be stars.
Ma sì, lei e la siamo usciti.
That's got some good ingredients, but alas, for the number 14, it didn't go the distance. Nobody's gone the distance, but it dropped off some time ago. So for Sullivan, if they can at least get second place or maybe a potential win in GTD, then they will gain some, at least some reward for all their efforts in this event in Daytona.
Concentrating for a moment on the three-time Supercars champion Kiwi driver Scotty McLaughlin, who is at the wheel of the Tower Motorsports car. Absolutely loving this event. It was Nick Damon who caught up with Scott earlier in the weekend, and he said this has been on the bucket list for quite some time, and he'd like to keep coming back to this 24 hours of Daytona because the intensity is similar to that he's experienced in the IndyCar Championship for much of last year.
Preferisco andare a mangiare fuori.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoying a kind of early start to his motor
Bueno, te voy a decir la
calendar.
verdad, Rancio. Como yo estoy viendo el Porsche, porque ahorita se está mandando durísimo el Porsche y el Cadillac. El Porsche corría mucho, pero el Cadillac también. El Cadillac tuvo mala suerte porque se encontró un GT3 adelante y el Porsche le agarró por atrás estaba. Tú sabes que tú te pegas, ya tú vas más rápido. El problema es que se le puso al lado y lo rebasó. Y el Cadillac tuvo que frenar porque tenía el GT3 adelante, entonces, pero ya más de ahí después se fue solo. Pero están ahí, 5 segundos, no diga que están lejísimos. Ti fai lasci pronto, merdoso. Ma sembra questa è la categoria più figa dell'IMSA, cioè proprio.
And then Malta Jacobson in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car.
Chiaro,
Great
GT3
with Stuart Cox in the
però le
nighttime hours.
Mediac
Stewie was quite surprised at the pace
ieri ho provato a fare una
within
fixer del GT3 che con Farris, Andrea
well-known
Farris,
teams that are in that
dai,
solid block from
col team,
first to 8th and 9th to
andata di merda,
16th
sprint fanno
overall,
cagare,
really pushing
fanno
on
correre.
from the early stages, and there has been no let up in the
Bueno,
LMP2
y en GTD Pro yo creo que el Corvette va duro, pero ahora veo que el Ferrari está metiendo mano. Yo creo que se la juegan esos tres. No sé, en la GTD Pro no se decide de verdad, porque ahí está el BMW, el Corvette y el Ferrari. En la GTD yo vi ¿cómo se llama? El Mercedes que iba.
You move from downforce
El
car,
Mercedes
single seater to
está
downforce
volando
car,
también.
double seater if you like, twin seater prototype.
There's
There's some comparable skills there, no doubt.
Ma ti dico la verità, io anche Simo adesso ha lasciato
anche bollato,
sono
creati il loro team, non lo so.
Detto andate, but it was a much better lap that time around for Jack Aitken. Again, traffic has no doubt come into play because Matt Campbell is looking very comfortable leading this race for Porsche Penske Motorsports, sitting on 4 seconds is sort of fine, but as we've seen, you have a few laps consecutively with traffic, then things can slow down. Now a driver just come into the pits, you were just talking about him, Johnny, is Scott McLaughlin.
Yeah, so that's the end of a very standard stint for Tower Motorsports. Also in is the Riley. We'll get to that in a moment, but it's 10:30 in the morning. It's time for a VP in race update. Matt Campbell leads in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 by just under 5 seconds. This is lap 683.
Chiaro che trovare gente come noi è tanto difficile, perché adesso ne avevamo reclutato uno.
Sì, gira ma ancora è da pochi giorni che dentro, non è ancora venuto sul Discord, vincite queste cose qua, almeno ancora da assieme.
And fourth place cars have just reached the end of their fuel stint, so they're now in. Scott McLaughlin for Tower and Philippe Massa for Riley.
Sì, cerco se vogliono, guarda, c'è il team, c'è il Discord, se vuoi unisciti, bla bla bla, ma poi per il resto non sto più lì a diventare malato. Adesso corro io, chi ha voglia di correre o di trovarsi, di fare le cose di cari.
in second, number 52, and Scott McLaughlin was third, but is now in pit lane. GTD Pro, Alessandro Pierguidi leads in the Risi Competizione. Ferrari, number 62, ahead of a rampant Sheldon van der Linde and the Paul Miller Racing BMW M4 car 1. And third is now Lauren Heinrich in the AO Racing Porsche number 77. GTD.
Coño, pero se está rompiendo, se está desgranando el BMW atrás.
57, Phil Ellis driven Winward Racing Mercedes from the Lexus. Vassar Sullivan, Aaron Telis control number 12, and the 32 caught off Preston Motorsport Mercedes of currently Mike Skeen. That's our VP in race update at 10:32 in the morning, and Joe was watching those two LMP2 stops that we mentioned. And what about Christian Rasmussen? Is he your end?
Yeah, he's in now, Johnny. Whilst the Rasmussen car, the ERA number 18, is being refueled. Right, so we had the number 8 in ahead of the 74. Now remember the previous pit stop, McLaughlin chased down Massa off the pit apron. They came in for this pit stop in that reversed order. McLaughlin ahead of Massa, and they left the pits in exactly the same fashion. Brand new unscrubbed rubber went on both the number 8 Tower car and the number 74. So the team's maintaining a good collection of saved rubber to take these cars to the end. And the ERA car just left pit apron as well. Drivers stayed on board in that one as well. So we are seeing the countdown to the checkered flag beginning to sort of show its head.
Now, one thing, thank you very much, Joe. One thing we'd like you to look out for as part of the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting crew is next time the Paul Miller Racing BMW that Sheldon Linde is hurling around the track, running second in GTD Pro in that BMW. There's long been damage to the right rear corner, but the bodywork is seemingly becoming ever more tattered and loose. So that may need a fair bit of attention. He's just 10 seconds down on class leader Alessandro Pierguidi's Risi Competizione Ferrari, but I think it might be a very good idea to get down and see it with your very own eyes.
Well, the issue at the moment is that the BMW should be able to do about another 15 odd laps. Let's just check whether the stint that it did earlier on, which was 33, incorporated any caution. There were 2 caution laps in a stint that went from lap 588 to lap 620. So let's round that up to maybe a 30-lap stint. Even that might be a bit of a stretch under full green conditions. But Sheldon's only done 14 is the point. So maybe another 14 laps before it will need fuel. The team, of course, will be rather concerned about the bodywork and whether it's going to chew itself up before we get to the 27, 28, maybe 29 lap marker, by the time which the BMW will need a bit more energy. Although we're not really using that parlance within the GT ranks, it's just basic fuel still for those cars. But this, less so than Sebring, but Daytona is known as certainly a car breaker regarding the engine and transmission, because they're having to work so hard on the really fast sections of the circuit. But the infield's certainly not too kind to a car that is suffering from flapping bodywork. Notice Tom Dillman's just come in the number 52 car, and there's been a driver change at Inter-Europol competition. And Joe Bradley keeping a watchful eye on that and other things in the pit lane. Let's get another CrowdStrike pit report from him.
Yeah, the AO Racing 99, the car has come in. We've had a change of driver. Paul-Luc Chatin has jumped from the car. The tyres have stayed on the car. Now, this is not a tactical, any sort of tactical reasons the tyres have stayed on the car and having to double stint them. I think that's been led by the fact that this car hasn't got any air jacks, and changing tyres costs them a little bit more time than they'd like. So that this decision of keeping the tyres there, what we would normally see is when you change the drive, you might as well change the tyres. That's not what we've just seen on the 99. So we'll see how those tyres last.
And it's tough being the new driver in, because you don't really know what Paul-Luc Chatin's been doing with that set of tyres. Let's hope he's not been wringing the neck of them. But Alex Quinn in the 99 heading back out onto track with some rather second-hand tyres, it seems, sadly. Pietro Fittipaldi getting on board the 52 car I mentioned for Inter-Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsport. And that car in turn slips back behind the Era Motorsport car of Connor Zilic. So Zilic has just taken over as well from Christian Rasmussen after a fine double stint. And let's see whether Zilisch can match the sort of times that the Dane was doing. As the number 81 car heads through the backstretch chicane. That's the Dragon Speed car for the man from Barbados originally, Kiffin Simpson. And rounding speedway turn 3, or 4 rather, just at that time being swamped by Jack Aitken in his all red and black rear of the Whelen Engineer Cadillac V-Series R, which is desperately trying to hang on to the coattails of Matty Campbell, who leads the race.
Yeah, the gap is 7.9 seconds, so it's going out always in favour of the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. However, we know what we've got left. Just over 3 hours remaining in this race. We saw everything bunch back up last time. There was a full course yellow, and if you don't know why that was caused and triggered, it was because the bodywork, the rear engine cover came off, and some of the rear bodywork came off that Sean Creech Motorsport Ligier and was parked just off the banking. Towards the end of the lap. It had come off somewhere after the chicane. We thought it must have been before and couldn't find it when we were looking for it, because clearly the driver on the board at that time, Nolan Siegel, went to further lap and went past the pit in and had to carry on for another lap with no bodywork pretty much behind the driver's head. The rear wing was still there, but the bodywork and the rear dorsal fin was no longer with the car.
Around the world on RS2 IMSA radio. Here at the track, 107.9 FM is the frequency you'll need between now and the end of the race. 3:03 still to go. That's 3 hours, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. I did that earlier on as well.
11:11:11, wasn't it?
It was on that occasion. Just to have a sort of handy knack of getting to the clock when they are easy numbers to remember and tally up with. Anyway, Sirius XM channel 207 is where we remain to. And in that 3 hours and 3 minutes still to go, obviously we will keep you entirely up to date with what is set to be an even more intense fight in all 4 classes to the checkered flag. But the checker indicates purely the end of the race, but the start of the conversation and the post-race look back. So it'll be Michelin post-race tech to round up our coverage from Daytona for 2024, and that all kicking off shortly after the checkered flag this afternoon. But it's mid-morning in Florida and still plenty of cloud cover above the raceway. When we get to 11 o'clock, I'd be pretty confident to say that the major threat of rain will have disappeared, because there was something like 3% chance of rainfall between 11 a.m. and 1:40, the end of the race this afternoon. Car 23, I'm hearing from Shea, is heading into pit lane, and that is the Alex Riberas Heart of Racing Aston Martin that tagged the back of the number 1 BMW in the dead of night. So Shea is watching this pit stop.
It's fuel and tires for Alex Riberas, but yes, the hood is actually popping up quite significantly. They do have 100-mile-an-hour tape. Cleaning off the nose, that's good. That'll make it stick better. But I don't think the piece of tape is actually big enough to really do very much of anything. There is a great deal of air that is being pushed underneath the hood. It's lucky that it hasn't come up yet. The latches are doing their jobs. Alex now cleared to leave. Johnny Knotts, the lead pit lane official, is going to go have a quick chat with the team and make sure that they're happy with the work that they've done.
Yeah, certainly that's been rising by a good couple of inches for the last stint. Sounds like me trying to wrap some Christmas or birthday presents. Never quite enough tape to hold the paper down.
You need a larger sheet before you start beginning the job. A well-deserved slurp of water for Colton Herter, who's just come in the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura. So that another pit lane report with CrowdStrike from Shea Adam, and there'll be a whole host of those between now and at the end of the race, which is now just 3 hours away as we tick by past 10:40 in the morning. And if you're in a class where cars can roughly do an hour, that's rather helpful now for your back timing purposes, although often in a 24-hour race you've got so far out of that pit on the hour rhythm, you're having to kind of rework the spreadsheet with every lap that is ticked off. 20 laps into Phil Ellis's stint in the 57 car, likewise for Aaron Tielitz in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus. Mike Skeen pitted a lap before that in the number 32 Korthoff Preston Motorsports Mercedes. And I still think the better part of another 10 laps for Alessandro Pierguidi, slightly more for Sheldon van der Linde in the Paul Miller Racing BMW in the GTD Pro category. It should be the Ferrari that pits of those three first, and probably 2 laps before Sheldon van der Linde. But the one factor that might change things in the Paul Miller Racing camp is how bad that rear bodywork is getting, because it is just starting to work its way up the car. It's not just the very back of it, it's heading towards the C-pillar now, and the team will be keeping, and the spotter, by the way, high up in the grandstand, or high up in the World Centre of Racing building, will be definitely looking at that through the binoculars. Dean and Paul, to give them their mentions, are the spotter. Sorry, Dean Cole. Shay's desperately trying to make me more knowledgeable than I am, but we got there in the end. Dean and Cole, the Paul Miller Racing BMW spotters for this race. And Sheldon van der Linde is difficult to spot, judging by the speed that he's been laying down. He still hangs on to the fastest lap within that category.
Right, I'm thinking that Jack Aitken will have to pit this lap. He's only got 5% energy still to use. 10% energy for the race-leading number 7 Porsche. A short while ago, I thought they were on exactly the same amount, but maybe one further lap for the number 7 Porsche, and that has stretched its advantage to 9 seconds. So little by little, Matt Campbell has been building a bit more of a cushion.
Shay, you've got more stoppers. These are from the GT prototype camp.
Both of the privateer Porsches are in. JDC Miller Motorsport doing a driver change. Timon Vanderhelm out, Phil Hansen in. Ooh, that means that Wesley will be taking it to the finish. That's exciting. And in the sister car, or sorry, the other privateer Porsche, that would be the Mustang sampling Porsche.
Grande Remy Raikkonen, welcome. Thank you for the follow, man.
You have the number
welcome.
6 into the pit lane as well.
Gracias, amigo.
I saw a driver getting out of that one, but I did not see who was getting in.
Gracias.
Shay Adam with the CrowdStrike pit report there, and a very busy time, as it always is towards the end of a GTP segment. A cursory glance over the right shoulder from Nick Tandy, who is making sure that the fast lane is nice and clear, and he will now round the corner. Got to be careful though now on the outlap. Doesn't want to repeat Kevin Estra's escapades down at the International Horseshoe as Nick pulls those belts nice and tight and heads back out onto the racetrack in the number 6.
Yes, on small elements, things and races, 24-hour races, can pivot on just tiny moments. But bear in mind, not too long before Kevin Estra had the pit stop from which he emerged and went off at turn 5, he was bouncing across the grass at turn 4, went round the outside of the Forte Racing Lamborghini while he was challenging Jack Aitken in the number 31 Whelan Engineering.
Le 2 ultime ore praticamente fino a prima c'era un bel po' di bagarre
recover, close in, and then just as he was trying to pass again, of course, he had the pit stop and out of the pit stop and off the track, but effectively a minute loss, and that has really hurt the number 6 car. And it does seem the pendulum of fortune has favoured the number 7 in the latter half of this race. Here, the 62nd running, Johnny, and therefore when the pit stop is served, the number 7 car coming in as if on cue with just over 9-second advantage over Jack Aitken's Cadillac.
So Matt Campbell and Jack Aitken pitting on the same lap. They hit the pit entry beam at 9.5 seconds separating them at the end of lap 690. So we will easily go north of the 700 lap marker.
Prima stava comandando la BMW,
distance record of
dopo fatto la sosta, passa davanti alla Ferrari, addirittura la BMW della GTD Pro ha preso in pieno, ha tamponato una GTD, era una Ferrari che stava combattendo per le prime 3 posizioni, però mi sa che non l'hanno penalizzata. Invece in GTP c'era una bella bagarre tra Porsche e Cadillac,
and then it's just a question of how far we were going to get A very special year, 2020, which followed a difficult one in 19 when we were fighting the weather here in Florida.
Dicono che dovrebbe piovere, però il cielo lì che ancora
As now the 31 car is back on the
fa
move.
finta.
And that big 5.5
Guarda com'è,
naturally
sto grigio.
aspirated Cadillac engine.
Non so se deve venire a piovere o cosa. Grazie del follow, The Joker. Solido, grande, man.
And it's a tight
Bienvenido.
squeeze to get that lump into this chassis.
Insomma, Raikkonen, ci vorrebbe ancora una safety car per
Heading back out onto the racetrack goes the number
far sì
7
che torni
of
come
Matt
prima.
Campbell for Penske Motorsports.
Perché adesso ti stacchi, a parte la GTP, 8 secondi e vabbè, GT Pro almeno. Però gli altri sono distaccati adesso.
Third position Colton Herta. Remember he pitted a lap
È successo di tutto e di più, ma è successo veramente un bordello.
Been in recently as well in the customer 963s as Shea was reporting. And Dries Van
Esatto, in 3 ore penso che
the
ne
last, I
mancano.
think,
Quindi
of that
può succedere ancora di tutto.
GTP cars to need
Le BMW
sadly the BMWs
stanno deludendo, non capisco, non vanno.
13 laps away from
Che prima,
the race leading
quando
Porsche.
è rientrata la safety car lì erano vicini, ma adesso sono allontanate. Ormai la gara è fra Porsche e
there was 8
Cadillac.
laps down, has fallen back so that on the same lap, or just 1 lap ahead, Dries Van Toor in 24 of Conor De Philippi in 25. So 25 is the one that's had 2 hits of trouble, whereas for 24 it was all in one go when Dries Van Toor wasn't able
Ora
under cover
Porsche la
of darkness to
terza,
continue.
appunto è arrivato in lunga, penso che ci avrà ancora le ruote quadrate. Quindi ha perso la numero 6.
The strap came off and the car was left sitting on the track pretty much at the exit of turn 2.
Adesso c'è appunto una Porsche davanti, una Cadillac e la 40 non so che cavolo, non so che marca è.
The BMWs were going very well indeed. When I say the pit stops, I mean the times they spent in the pit garage getting sorted out.
Comunque sembra una cazzata, ma non è facile.
Again, good speed from a couple of GT cars. The first of those, Kyle Marcelli in the number 45, which is the
quando arriva il traffico un
other
bordello.
Wayne Taylor racing car that we've not mentioned a great deal about in the entry. Remember the 2 Acuras, but there's also a Lamborghini Huracan.
Peccato che ti sei persa l'ora di prima, perché veramente prima era veramente figo, cazzo.
And
se ne stavano andando da tutte le
faster
parti.
than that, Alex Riberas now in the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, which runs as a GTD Pro car. 4th position in that, and ordinarily you would think, well, that's quite a good position to be at this 21-hour marker. The problem is, if you're not in the top 3 in GTD Pro, you've had a nightmare basically, because it's really strange to see that pro lineups that far down in 30th, 31st, 32nd position. A reminder, I suppose, that there's actually nothing different technically wise between a GTD and a GTD Pro car. It's purely on the driver lineup, but we've got stories galore of driver combinations with AMs in them doing a heck of a lot better than the pros.
Yeah, it just means that we've got GTD pros in 17th, 18th, 19th. Then the next block of 10 positions from 20th, which is Phil Ellis in the Winwood Racing, and Mercedes down to 29th, which is car number 43, which is the Andretti Motorsports Porsche, all ahead of 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th in GTD Pro. So yes, it's been a class that's been troubled. And up front,
non è che la Cadillac non ha motore,
for Alessandro Pierguidi, or more to the point, James Collado was a little bit cagey about what he expected from the rest of the race, but sitting on an advantage in that class over the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW, the car with the tattered back rear right-hand corner, and we'll wait to see if that gets fixed during the next pit stop, or do they need to fix it? But it certainly has become more ragged, and therefore slightly more of a distraction for the driver, one would suggest, when trying to use all the aero they're looking for high on the banking here at Daytona.
Just hearing another official retirement. The Nolan Siegel car has been out for quite some time for Sean Creech Motorsport. That Ligier that lost its rear deck, and then a lap or a lap and a half later, they had the engine cutting out, so it actually caused a full course yellow. Not the car stranded out on track, but the piece of bodywork, which was significant on the apron somewhere between speedway turns 3 and 4. Well, that number 33 car is now officially out, which is a real shame. It's the only Ligier called a Ligier in the race, Ligier LMP2 JSP 217, and it's not going to make the finish. Also, a bit of stats that could be interesting if Tom Blomqvist is able to get ahead of Matt Campbell and take victory for Whelen Engineering Cadillac. because it would be 3 in a row and would tie Helio Castroneves for the most wins in a row as well. So Helio, what we need to know now is when those years were for Helio Castroneves here at Daytona. I'm sure you've probably got it tucked away on your your notes.
They're very easy years to find. 2023, 2022, and a year called 2021.
Fine. So, okay, very recent indeed.
And 2 of those shared with Tom Blomqvist.
There must have been, because Blomqvist on a hat-trick. Castroneves completed his 12 months ago. Simple.
Yeah. Don't know why you needed to ask, frankly.
I should have remembered that. But there's always a lot going on in this race, and you have to always remember who's driving with who from year to year, which does rather change quite a lot. And there's some other racing going on around the world in between, which takes the attention. Now, out of the second of the horseshoes goes the race leader, Matt Campbell. He's got 9 seconds as an advantage over Tom Blomqvist, but Blomqvist will be seeing that as a challenge to whittle away at. We're 6 laps away from the 700-lap marker, and here is Joe with a CrowdStrike pit report.
Now, I'm not sure whether I saw the number 1 on the 023 Triazi Ferrari. The GTD, I think the leading Ferrari this one as it's come in for a pit stop. Driver staying on board, tyres going on are... that is a set of already screwed tyres.
È una buona probabilità, prima era ancora più scuro. Però se ne sono ancora visti. Ti immagina che arriva la pioggia come stile Nürburgring. Sarà bello, cazzo.
We always love those, and from other manufacturers too.
Credo che non ho mai visto una Daytona con
a lot of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters have the pre-race instruction to stop talking and just
se c'era la pioggia,
shove the microphone as close as possible
ancora,
to the engine bay or the
sicuro.
exhaust, so we can enjoy cars leaving pit road. And we've had plenty of that in the 62nd edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. RS2 IMSA radio around the world. We're also broadcasting, of course, here at the track on 107.9 FM and on Sirius XM channel 207. It's Johnny and Bruce in the Global Broadcast Centre, but only for about another 6 minutes or so. And let's head back to Joe with another CrowdStrike pit interview this time.
Well, the number 18 era LMP2 class front runner, let's call it. Ryan DL, you're part of this team. It's a bit premature to get excited, but it's hard not to, isn't it, with, like, what, 3 hours to go?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an amazing race, I think, for all classes. So, you know, every year coming back there, it seems to get better and better, bigger crowds. But, you know, we came within 19 minutes of finishing 2 years ago with this team and had a gearbox failure. So, long way to go. I know everybody says I'm down to panic, but... You know, all we're trying to do is manage the pace at this point. Christian's going to get back in for the end. I think he's definitely got the legs this weekend on me. So we're going to put him in for the finish, and hopefully we come home first.
Everyone I've spoke to as they've gotten out of their LMP2 class cars have said they're flat out, Ryan. They're flat out. It's a fist fight. Is that how you guys are finding it?
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I first, I sound old now, but when I first started doing endurance racing, it was managing the equipment, but the cars are so well built now, and especially the P2 car is so detuned to what it's capable of running, you know, we can run at more power, more RPM. So it's kind of overbuilt. You know, obviously there was a couple of early failures, which was kind of unusual for the motors in these, but everybody's running very similar stuff. Everybody's prepping to a high level. You know, our prep started the day after Petit last year, so, you know, I think as a team we've done everything we can to rebound from the last couple of years of disappointment after winning it in 21. So we're all saying our prayers at this point.
Keep doing what you're doing, mate. You're in there.
Staying down here in the pit lane with Urs Toronto. Urs, you're the factory director of the LMDH program for Porsche in this 963, but with the 2 customer teams performing so well here today, did anyone expect that we would have 4 Porsches inside the top 6 with 3 hours to go?
To be very honest to you, no. What we did expect is that more of the other customers, which other manufacturers actually, which had unfortunately some issues with their cars, we expected them to be in the race. But the customer as such, we actually really expected to be in the race as well, but having so many Porsches up front, that was not up to our expectations, to be honest.
JDC, Miller Motorsport have done such a great job with their car, as have Proton with the Mustang sampling Porsche. How surprised are you to see how quick their development has been?
Oh, I mean, the teams they do, it's a big task to get them up and running with the 963 because it's quite a complicated car, but these guys, they're doing a tremendous job. You know, they have the engineers and everybody ready, and yeah, in the race they learn very quick about strategies and everything, and it's nice to see how they develop. And JDC had some bad luck with some yellows early in the race that brought them a little bit on the back foot, but they do a great job, and all we need now is another yellow, and they're all in the game.
How much does Porsche actually help out the customer teams during the race?
I mean, there's a technical support, obviously, and then the setup is up to the customers, because that's something they do by their own, but again, they do a great job with this one. If somebody would be really on the back foot and they would really somewhere, yeah, they would go somewhere in a direction which doesn't make sense, then we will go and say, hey, look, that doesn't really make sense. But other than that, they are on their own and they do a great job.
The one car has 4 factory drivers. The second car, the JDC car, has no factory drivers from Porsche. What's the thinking behind Porsche trying to step in and say, let us help you at least with this?
I mean, these are discussions we do internally, and the driver lineup is something JDC, and actually they have a really good driver lineup. They don't really need help from the manufacturer on this one, but the drivers, that's something we discuss internally, and again, I mean, those teams, they do a great job even there.
It's 3 separate teams, 3 separate programs, Porsche overseeing all of them, but you're not sharing information with each team. It is still its own separate thing, correct?
We do not share setup information in between, but we obviously do share technical information. So if something happened with technically, if a bolt comes loose or anything like this, we have one common open points list where all the open points, all the issues come into. It doesn't matter whether it's a works or a customer car, but setup again, it's up to the teams really.
Thank you so much for a few minutes, sir. It's very interesting to chat with you. There's crowd of the factory LMDH president.
And that's Shay with actually what turned out to be a double CrowdStrike pit report with Joe Bradley before that, and tremendous work. Thank you, Shay. A really insightful interview about the Porsche 963s, whether in factory hands or in customer hands. We're at a minute to 11 o'clock. Delighted to welcome back John Hindhaugh to the Global Broadcast Centre. We're nearing the really important hours in this now, but I'm still guessing as to who's going to be taking these watches at the end of it. Go on.
What are the important hours? That's the joy, isn't it, of this type of motor racing? Was it the first hour? Was it something in the middle of the night when someone got a lap back? I don't know. We've got our BDO Nose Strategy Award to think about as well. Bruce Jones, your impressions of what you've seen in this 60-second running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Does the formula work for a first question?
Absolutely it does. About, I suppose, an hour and a bit ago now, when we had the release from the full course yellow, we had some absolutely brilliant scrapping in all 4 classes around the banking. You know, that will stand with me for a long time, because the drivers in the GT3 class seem to have loads of space for playing, and one of the very best battles was I've gone slightly mad there for a second. The Winwood car, of course, with Indy Doncia pushing so hard on Onofrio Triazzi, and it was just so enticing just seeing where they could place the cars, where the advantage was for each of the manufacturers. So that's I always love. The prototypes always catch my attention. I think it's looking set fair, I think I'd say, if I was wondering whether to wear a raincoat when heading out.
JP, your thoughts from what you've seen? You've watched an awful lot of endurance racing. You're our voice of the FIA World Endurance Championship on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. This race has got a real international feel now, and it's back to its very best, isn't it?
Totally. Everybody wants the Daytona 24 Hours in their calendar, first of all. and then in the trophy cabinet afterwards. And I love the fact that from all sorts of different disciplines, you know, Scotty McLaughlin shouting like crazy to Nick Damon earlier on in the weekend that he'd been desperate to come here to tick it off, and he comes from a touring car background, very much, I know, IndyCar nowadays, and every corner of the world is recognising this race as one to be at and then one to succeed at.
Thanks, guys, for joining us in the Global Broadcast Centre. I know you'll be glued to the end of the race. Have a good one. That is Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones. Thank you to them, particularly for our sacred coffee-powered Daytona night owls in the wee small hours. Johnny didn't manage to wreak that much havoc with the yellow flags, Peter.
I told you to have faith.
I did.
It was in safe hands.
It was.
Very safe hands indeed.
Just want to say very good luck to Henry Keck, who's having to miss the end of the race to go and play with a very pumped basketball game. He's been listening to IMSA radio all night, and he's having to, well, he'll keep it on as long as he can, is what I've been told. Henry, play well, have a good one. Hope your team win, and we'll get the full story, I'm sure, at some stage. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, welcome back to the Global Broadcast Centre to Jeremy Shaw, who has been enthralled with these battles in all 4 categories. 11.5 seconds between first and second in GTP, 8.5 in LMP2. What a scrap that's been between ERA and the 04 CrowdStrike Algarve racing car. GTD Pro just under 50 seconds and around about the same in GTD. And yet we've still got effectively a full WeatherTech sports car race to go, Jeremy, before we can wave the flag and hand out the watches.
Yeah, about a minute less, you're right. 2 hours and 38 minutes and 45 seconds. So yes, fantastic motor race, just tremendous. And up at the front, yeah, Porsches are looking really, really strong at the moment, but you know, Cadillac's within 11-12 seconds. That gap, though, over the course of its last stint from Matty Campbell has gone out from, it was 3 seconds, well, it was a caution period not too long before that, so he's extended out now to over 11 seconds over the course of the last hour or so. So he's definitely inching away. Colton Herta, though, doing a really nice job there in that 3rd position, not lost much ground at all to the Cadillac. We saw the Acuras struggling earlier on, then 3 Porsches in a row. The 2 privateer cars, the 5 and the 85, they're separated by only a few seconds, although that gap has extended just a little bit lately. Over the course of the last 20 laps, it's actually gone from 3 seconds to 10. And then Nick Tandy, who's charging along in that number 6 car after that mistake by Kevin Estra. And he's been the quickest car on the track now for quite a while. That's Nick Tandy. The battle in LMP2, John, there's 5 cars there on the lead lap. Scotty McLaughlin is the guy who's moving there. Getting closer now to Pietro Fittipaldi. Still in 4th position is the Tower Motorsports entry, but it's been a really fantastic battle between those 5 cars. Number 1804, which is now in the pit lane, 52, 8 and 74.
Just a thought as well, don't forget that number 6 Porsche has now had 4 penalties for power usage, as well as the little whoopsie that we saw. Nick Damon is watching the 2nd place LMP2 car. This is the Algarve Pro Race CrowdStrike machine.
Yeah, the CrowdStrike number 4 came in. It was a completely full service mouth. Jackson got it out of the car, and he's just undoing his helmet. Might be able to get grappled with him almost immediately. It's a pretty standard service. I mean, he's much faster in the car than getting his hat off. It's way too many bits, but the hands device, sometimes you get caught around everything. One of the weird things was I put my hand down to jump over the wall. It was wet, so I know there's supposed to be some fluid. It's not rained whilst I've been off, has it?
It's been very humid and trying, but no, it has not rained.
Obviously, therefore, I need to work out what is on my hand then before I get anything important. just a quick word with Malthy's get out. So on this 04 CrowdStrike, it's a real fight out there for P2 between all of you, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's
super tight out there right now. Now Jolin just got back in the car. I mean, the car is fast, and yeah, it's tricky out there right now because everybody starts to go a bit quicker, and like even the GT cars and the GTP cars as well, you see that they start to fight a bit more. So in the traffic, you need to be a bit more cautious because you know the others will be more aggressive, but still you need to move forward and go for it.
And we've had a real change in the weather. The humidity's dropped quite a lot. Is that, you know, it's a bit cooler, but more the humidity has gone down. Has that affected how the car feels on the track surface?
I mean, for us, I think it's a slight advantage that the temperatures has increased a little bit here since the night, but it's definitely cooler compared to yesterday. So not that we struggled during the night, but the rear was a bit more loose on the car, and now it seems to be gone. So we're in a good position.
Under 3 hours to go. Do you get back in the car for finish, or is that your work done for the race?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but yeah, we'll see what David figures out with the strategy.
Thanks a lot. Now Jackson out of the 04 CloudStrike LMP2 car, which came in second, but it's so close, it's probably gone out in about fifth.
It's been a brilliant battle to watch. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down in the pit lane for this part of the race. Catch up on a couple of messages from you, our audience. Jesse Young, just past 3 a.m. in his part of Australia. Sorry, in her part of Australia. Holding on with barely any sleep, watching the P7, the Penske Porsche number 7 with Matt Campbell. Been brilliant. He has done a cracking couple of stints. Cracking finish on the way. Checking in from Baton Rouge for Joy Two Shoes, enjoying their first race here. Been camping at the West Horseshoe since Thursday. Well, I hope you'll want to come back, JTS. This one is one of my favourites. From the UK, Barnaby Scarf. The annual, I'll do the ironing this Sunday afternoon, darling. Paying off, set for a good finish.
That is genius.
In all classes. Do you like that, Peter?
Genius.
That is excellent
I don't
stuff.
mind a bit of ironing as long as you've got good entertainment to watch or intake while you're doing it.
Nick used to watch the baseball while doing his ironing.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Did he iron his socks after rooming with Alan McNish?
And NASCAR, when we used to get the highlights or the live show in the UK, sadly we don't get that anymore now. This has been enthralling, hardly able to pull ourselves away. Even when I went for a quick snooze in the front seat of the BMW X1, had the radio on, listening to the dulcet tones of our night owls, keeping me in touch. There's nothing you'd put your house on here at all. Not any of the top places in any of the classes, Peter.
Impossible to call. Impossible to call. And we, of course, heard there about the presence of the Porsche customer teams. I think they've been incredible. JDC, you know, a team here in America that have bought one of these cars as a customer. They kind of had to go on their own. Such is the life of a customer team. And what a lineup they put together. Some great drivers of varying backgrounds too. When you think about it, they've all come from a slightly different place, and they're there on the lead lap. And if you're on the lead lap with 2.5 hours to go, you are in the hunt for this motor race. Make no mistake about it. Likewise, the number 5 Mustang Sampling. Great to have Mustang Sampling back in IMSA with a Porsche this time, run by Podium Competition. Alessio Piccarello he's been a Porsche affiliated driver for a few years now, but has never raced this Porsche 963 prototype, and I think he's acquitted himself very well with some super experienced teammates. I bet he's been a sponge all week.
Ricky Taylor in the number 10, Wayne Taylor racing the much delayed car after that new wiring loom was put in, just running a bit long in turn number 6 in his out lap. But no harm, no foul, got passed by the 85 JDC Miller Porsche. Nick Damon can square the circle on a couple of stories we've been following in this CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, kind of apt, because the number 4 Corvette has come to a stop and is being fueled and is having its tyres put on. Okay, so number 4 Corvette, that was doing the best. That went behind the wall. That had a power steering problem, which, if you remember back all those hours, was the same problem on the 13 AWA car. The number 3 car, John, which was giving us all the excitement of the smoke and the... don't go yet. Giving us all the excitement of the smoke and the fire. That had a bit of an incident and ended up in cracking the oil tank, and that's what they had to replace. So that Chevette, so it cracked its oil tank. That's what was leaking down. That was the fluid. They had to take it behind the wall to replace the oil tank. And I must admit, no one quite knows what's wrong with the 17 car. It just wasn't having a very good run, and various things went wrong with it. But 2 power steerings, 1 accident damage, and 1 to be analysed after the race.
The car that's very much not damaged, going very well, is the Porsche from AO Racing, aka Rexy. Rexy is in for full service. New shoes to try and hide his claws, him, and a new driver. It's Michael Christensen, who's gotten aboard the car that came in from 3rd place in the GTD Pro category. Also into the pit lane, the Riley number 74 LMP2 machine. This is a driver change. We've got Felipe Massa out, Felipe Fraga in, and 4 tires that are new, but they have been scrubbed. So they've got a little bit of experience around the track, but not very much. And this is all going swimmingly, just waiting on the fuel and the driver change to complete.
A lot of confused oxygen. So he's just been told off for staying up too late to watch this one. Rooting for the Porsche 7 and 5. Loving the stream. I don't know where you are, CO. Speedy Wombat. Sounds like that might be somewhere down under. And Sean Jakes enjoying the 24-hour race in Bedford. Building some Lego and, of course, a cup of tea. Perfect Sunday afternoon. Giuseppe Risi, an interested spectator, man of few words. Penny for his thoughts. 499p on the way to Risi Competizione. He made no secret of it at Petit Le Mans, not last year actually, but the year before, when that car was first announced, that he would like to compare one of those cars. We've not yet seen a hypercar in IMSA competition. The regulations allow for it, Peter, and if anybody's going to do it over here, you'd think if Ferrari were to allow one out of their corporate control, it would be Giuseppe who'd get first. Come on.
You'd certainly hope so, and you're right, Ferrari have an amazing heritage at this very, very race, and you know, they've had cars that have been named Daytona, so you know, it really is synonymous with the Ferrari brand. And Giuseppe Risi, what a true racer he is, and at the moment his car is leading by 11 seconds at GTD Pro.
Now that was the sound of the Tower Motorsport LMP2 heading out. Shea Adam can give us some news on that car.
I was interested in this car because I noticed a new nose on the wall for it and thought, are they trying to clean out the air ducts more efficiently by just swapping the nose? Answer, no. There was right front damage to the dive plane that apparently Scott McLaughlin had radioed in and said was making a difference. So not only did they change the nose, they changed the driver. Scotty Mack is out, and now it's Ferdy Habsburg. Not going to do his whole name. I actually just call him Ferdy. And also into the pit lane is the Era Motorsport LMP2 machine. This is another double stint for Connor Zillage. They are using him up today. Planning on saving a couple of bullets for the end of the race. So Connor with another stint. He was tired when I interviewed him earlier. He's going to be positively exhausted for the rest of the week, but he's giving his everything to Era Motorsport to try and win his first Rolex in his first ever IMSA race.
Yeah, that looks pretty standard. Fuel still going in, not standard. Back down the pit lane with a number 65 Ford Mustang with a very jaunty angle at the rear for that wing. They're not putting that out, are they? Nick Damon is closest to that. It looks like a sprint car with one of those offset rear wings, except it's going in the wrong direction. That would have to be driving clockwise rather than anti-clockwise around a dirt track.
Yeah, oddly, I just noticed that as well, and it's I don't know if it's support. It must be the support given way because there's no other car high enough to break that. Those actual rear wing supports are quite interesting because they're very, very angled back and long. The actual moment, the point of where the pressure comes from the wing is way further than where the wing is itself. It's got the stretch has got to be, well, I'd say probably as much as 2 feet or 65 centimetres. Because they obviously, where you actually have the wing pressure, the wing pushdown, will affect the distribution of the weight. Behind the rear axle, for example, will actually provide a little bit of lift for the front end. I think they try to get it over the rear axle entirely, but they have a very long, and perhaps it's now been found too spindly wing section, and they may have to beef that up.
Driving down the fire lane at the back of the pits to get back to their paddock area. I'm not sure that's allowed. Adam, you were in the drivers' meeting.
Yep, they're allowed to do that.
Okay, I'll take it back.
There are many different ways to get a stranded car back to the paddock. One of the options was through the fire lane, but obviously if your car is a bit further down beyond the Rolex chute, that's not a real option, and then they want you to go around the track and just come in the main garage entrance.
Into Europol in right opposite me from P2, been there or thereabouts pretty much throughout the race. Pietro Fittipaldi behind the wheel of that one, third place pretty much all night, to be honest. That looks like a fairly standard stop, and off it goes.
They're definitely in the
no driver change
into Europol. They, of course, are the reigning Le Mans LMP2 winners from last year.
So PR1 is the reigning champion in the Michelin Endurance Cup as well.
Yeah,
quite an alliance. I wonder if they've used that times. I wonder if they've used that front section we saw the other day.
Yeah, on the back of the Ford pickup. Yeah. Jeremy, we've done all the points. We've awarded all the points for Michelin Endurance Cup in terms of the interim points. Have they been posted yet? Have we got?
Yeah, I've got those. But by the PR1 Masters Motorsports, they've won the Michelin Endurance Cup 5 times.
Right.
Over the course of the last 7 or 8 years. So yeah, very much a team. Yeah, I did check out the points in Michelin Endurance Cup. If I can get to the right screen here. It's after 3 of the 4 segments. Then in GTP. Wheel Engineering, unsurprisingly, because they seem to win it just about every year, have 14 points to the 11 of the number 7 car. In the manufacturers, it's a bit closer. 14 for Cadillac, 13 for Porsche. It's really between those two. In LMP2, after the 18-hour mark, points are awarded at 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, and at the end of the race. In LMP2, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, number 04 car, has 13 points to the 11 of Inter Europol with PR1 and the 10 of Era Motorsports. So that's still very, very open. In GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing has 12 points. That's car number 1. And then Risi Competizione and Ford Multimatic Motorsports have since had problems. They were tied on 9, actually, along with the Corvette Racing with Pratt Miller Motorsports number 4 car, which also had problems. That was on 9 as well, but it's really now between number 1 and the 62. In manufacturers and GTD Pro, 12 points for BMW, 11 for Corvette. And then finally GTD, Courthoff Preston Motorsports and Inception Racing, number 32 and number 70, were tied at the 18-hour mark, but the 70 car has had some difficulties later in the race, so the odds now are in favour of the Courthoff Preston team, which won the MEC last year very impressively. Trials and Competizione also have a really good race so far, 9 points for them. And in the manufacturers in GTD, Mercedes has 13 points, McLaren 11 and Ferrari 10.
Jeremy Shaw along with Peter Mackay and John Hindhoff in the booth. Shea Adam and Nick Damon in the rotation for our CrowdStrike pit reporters. Essential. Thank you very much to Joe Bradley as well, already providing us with some fantastic information, some really good interviews this year. I said a moment or two ago in the CrowdStrike Hospitality Suite, I think we've got a very strong contender already for Race of the Year with this event so far. In fact, I think it's even more so for Event of the Year. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, in terms of what we've seen on the track, it's been super exciting. any of the races that we had even before the main race, Pete, it was worth the price of admission, surely.
Oh, the two Mazda MX-5 Cup races, the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, were just thrilling from start to finish. They always are here at the Daytona International Speedway. But then one of the real, was it the surprise package? I'm not sure. It was certainly a cracker of a motor race in the BMW M Endurance Challenge, which was one of the just with the most tense fuel mileage game, which ended up going to the way of the number 91 Kelly Moss crew, and an amazing final stint from Riley Dickinson, a proper sports car factory driver-esque final stint when you really need to be quick and use very little fuel. It was really impressive and well deserved.
Yeah. We've just ruined that if people haven't watched it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's still worth it.
It is, absolutely. It's worth watching it play
it's
out.
Just a 10-second summary doesn't even come close, does it? No.
Indeed not. Absolutely
it's not. It really doesn't spoil anything. It should make you just want to watch it more.
It whets the appetite.
Yeah, indeed so.
Indeed so. Meantime, talking about spoiler alert, that Ford Mustang is in the paddock garage, having a new rear deck and rear aerofoil fitted, with 2 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Yes, Renault had problems with that rear deck and the wing on that Mustang, because
all three of them now.
Yeah. That problem just never came up in testing. And who did we speak to about that yesterday? I think it was Dirk Müller, wasn't it, last night? You know, they've done a lot of testing, but of course they haven't run with a whole bunch of cars running together.
And they haven't run into each other either, knocking alongside.
Yeah, that's true too.
And you can't, I mean, remember BMW had a tricky start, Jeremy, with the M4 GT3.
Yeah.
Again, that was, I mean, it was diffuser related rather than spoiler related, but you know, you think you've done everything you can, but until you come to Daytona, you don't test a lot here at Daytona on the road course. There's limited amount of testing. What you don't do is test when there's other people out there, and when there's big gobs of tyre rubber offline, and your drivers getting tired and driving across the grass, etc., and so on and so forth.
Yeah. You can't simulate everything, can you?
Well, no, exactly. The number 10. Well, I take you back, dear listener and viewer, to Audi doing more testing than ever before they went to Le Mans. But then they chose not to race in the early rounds of the championship and just went to Le Mans, and it was a wet Le Mans, and they'd not forgotten to do wet testing, but of course they hadn't done wet testing on a track with 50-odd other cars. And what they found was that their air intakes at the front, when rubber got in and got damp and it expanded, it got blocked up, and they started overheating. It's just that little thing. The 10 has gone behind the wall again. Wayne Taylor Racing with that Acura, the blue and black car. And meantime, in this CrowdStrike pit report, a man of few words is something you can't say about Nick Damon, and almost worth listening to is something you can say about Giuseppe Risi.
Giuseppe, I won't jinx anything, but obviously the car is going very, very well. You've had some struggles over the past few races in the IMSA Endurance Series. Is it a case of you knowing the 296 better now, or just the BOP's come back in your favour?
Well, the BOP is very important in this class, or in the whole series. And I feel that this time it's probably being thought about more and fairer about it.
There was a lot of adjustment to that, of course, after the Raw, and it was said that the manufacturers got together, had that conversation. Were you part of the conversation about that?
We've had a lot of conversations about it. It's something that all we ask for is a level playing field. We don't ask for an advantage, but neither do we want a disadvantage. We just want a level playing field, and the rest will decide it on the track.
The 296, it's almost like a prototype. That serviceability must be a major advantage.
Yes, obviously it's the new family of Ferraris, but really it's okay. It's maybe a little more fragile, The 488 was a very good race car, very good car all around. But this car is, I think we've been able to iron out a lot of the little problems.
We know now we have our first privateer 488P in WEC with AF Corsa in Europe. Are you going to run a 499 here?
The 499 is a very complex vehicle. As a privateer, it can be done, but it does require an awful lot of financial commitment to making that happen.
Do you believe the only the only thing stopping you is finance, or is it a case that you may have issues trying to get the hypercar working in the IMSA regulations?
I think we need to go at least 2 years for Ferrari to try and sort it out, and after they've done that, then we would step in if we had the financial wherewithal.
So is it safe to say that if Ferrari did come here, the car would be run by Risi?
Yes, after 2 years. So Ferrari would have this whole season again in the World Endurance Championship and sort out all the problems that potentially the car would have, and then a privateer can take it on.
I get the impression this has happened, but have there actually been concrete discussions between yourself and Ferrari?
No, not really. I've been involved with Ferrari for a very long time, so a lot of things are said but unsaid.
Giuseppe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is the most Giuseppe thing that could be said, and there's actually so much I want to. I'm going to have to go back and listen to that and unpack what Giuseppe said. You hear how Giuseppe Risi talks. He wastes not one syllable, never mind one word. Measured is what Jeremy's just said in my ear. I thank you, Nick. Excellent Daytona CrowdStrike pit report. Asked the questions very politely. Giuseppe Risi considered, measured. That's very, very interesting. He has told us before that he would like to have that car. It seems that continues. Let's see where that goes to. We've got a VP Racing update coming in a moment. Want to catch up on one or two cars that haven't had the best of fortune overnight. At one stage, only cars that had double numbers that were exactly divisible by 11 had been withdrawn from the race, and one of those was the number 66 Gradient car, the Acura. Declan Brennan is with us. Assess the situation, because the car qualified well with cat leg, it raced well with all three of your drivers. How's Daytona going to be when you do the wash-up?
Oh, it is the one that got away, John. The car was great. We were very, very confident in terms of our strategy and the way we were reacting, and how we were proactive in terms of basically having a plan and working to that and not being worried. Even Kat at the start, I think I messaged you at the start, Kat, you know, in the crazy opening laps, and Kat got on the radio and said, if anybody wants to go underneath me, go ahead. I'm not playing these games. I'm not playing these games.
Not with 23 hours and 42 minutes to go.
Either with red or green number panels.
Yeah.
She everybody was on script. It was fantastic. Didn't matter if we were 9th or 12th, or as long as we were on the lead lap, and as long as we were just. And then even Tatiana, who really impressed us.
So what went wrong?
Electrical. It's one of those. And you know, the irony is, and it seems to be always something that's never come up before. Which is, you know, it's something where there's a lot of things you can't plan for, and there are things, and we found one or two bits and pieces that could have raised alarm bells on Friday night, which we attended to, and basically you belt and braces. But then this thing comes up, but I just want to say about with Tatiana in mind, it kind of is the larger picture about the Michelin, the tyre regulations. I think they're sensational.
Yeah,
I love it. I'd love to tell you why in a minute.
You're not alone, by the way, in having electrical problems. A lot of teams have done. I'm led to believe, because Shay's just told me, so I'm not arguing with it. This will be the first DNF by an Acura here in this race in GT3. Let's quickly run through the rundown before we start. In fact, we're starting to get some pit action, but it is Porsche from Porsche Penske Motorsport by 10 seconds. Matt Campbell in the 7 from Tom Blomqvist, and the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac, the red and white number 31. Then it's the Wendtaler Racing number 40. But that's because we've just had a works car and 2 of the customer Porsches in 585 and 6 all coming in, all on the end of the lead lap. In LMP2, the battle continues between Era Motorsport. Connor Zilic is being used up by Era Motorsport. What a debut in LMP2 for the young former Mazda MX-5 racer, or still Mazda MX-5 racer, also going to be doing some Xfinity this year. He's up against Colin Brown in this stint. Well, Colin, we know everything about, the CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing is now just 9.5 seconds back, with Pietro Fittipaldi in the Inter-Europol by PR1 Matheson in third. Pietro's done a lot of work as well in the second half of the race. In GTD Pro, we've got Alessandro Pagini for Risi by 13.5 seconds from Brian Sellers in the red, white and black Paul Miller racing car, and Michael Christensen in third is just off the lead lap in the 77 EO Racing Porsche. GTD windward by 24 seconds, then a cracking battle behind the 57 with Vassar Sullivan and Aaron Thielitz in the number 12 Lexus, just 0.8 of a second away from Kai Cozzolino and the 296 Ferrari of AF Corsa, the number 21 car, and then just a second further back is Maxi Goetz for Korthoff Preston in the number 32 Mercedes AMG GT3. VP Racing in race update. Nick Damon, we'll take a quick catch up with you before we move on.
Yeah, it's all been going on here. The key stops obviously were the 40 car, which is the Acura, the red one. Colton Herder got out, and they've also only took right side tyres. Just had the 31, the Wheel and Energy Cadillac. That's come in, and that has taken 4 tyres but not changed the driver. 4 tyres as well for the number 6, which is recovering from that offer about an hour and a half ago. And any second now, we're going to have the leader, the number 7 car, come in as well. The 2 customer cars, I must say, were a bit out of my sight, but I do think they both took 4 tyres.
Just exchange positions as well. Official retirement now with the Ford number 65 added to the retirements list as Nick Damon stand by for action. You've got the leader, the number 7 Porsche with you.
In they roll in, and despite the fact that immediately tempted and out gets Matty Campbell, so it's driver replacement. I haven't got the total memory of Porsche helmets as young Shay would have, so I'm just saying another driver got here. But you'll find out soon enough. You'll trip the ID at the end of the pit lane. 4, no, sorry, just again right side tyres only for the 7. So they have moved those away, and now they're having a bit of a check. Oh no, hang on, no, it's all 4 tyres, sorry. I mean, they were so fast on the left-hand side. I looked in, the very convenient holes on the top of the wheel arches let me go on that one. So effectively, the Porsche mechanics were so fast, I missed them changing 2 tyres. Not like that day, like a quick fit, that's for sure. And there it goes, away, as you heard it, away on electrical power and then fired up. And that was your leader, and I saw nothing within that stop that prevented it from still being your leader.
Nick Damon in the pit lane. This is very evocative for me, seeing these red, white and black Porsches doing Porsche things. We've still got Declan Brennan with us, and I've asked him to stay actually, because I want him to just expand on those tyre rules. Every year we ask the teams, or IMSA ask the teams to do as much, if not more, with less resources. Tyres being a significant one. We had Michelin talking about that earlier in the race, and you're a fan of that, and the team are a fan of that. Why, Declan?
Well, I'm particularly a fan of it because it just adds an element of of what should be driver skills. You know, we were always talking about what we need to do to put performance back into the hands of the drivers. And although, as I'll expand on in a second, that still has some technology to help it. But I'll give you a perfect example. Tatiana got in, would have been her first, maybe her second stint. She had to double stint her tires, and that was going to be, it was obvious that, and it was made clear that all the drivers were going to have to kind of do that at some point. So you were sacrificing your performance somewhat, and you were there to effectively stay in the lead lap, stay in contention, use up the tires, save the tires. And she was hanging on, but at the end of her double stint, like hanging on. And obviously, Andres was brilliant on the radio, telling her like, let's work with the traction control, let's do what we can just to but so there is some. But effectively, you are still. It's a driver skill issue. Is to
man, you've got to feel it.
Yeah, you've got to be able to feel it and get what the most. And I love it because it's kind of, you know, it's a game one way and lose the other. If you decide to keep putting new tires on,
you're going to run out of tires.
Yeah, come the end of the race, what are you going to do? You know, you're going to. And this is.
Well, isn't it the essence of endurance that drivers who can save a bit of fuel or save a bit of tyre, they should be rewarded.
Absolutely. And I don't know if this is part of it or not, but a little cameo from about 2 hours ago when the 7 Porsche with Nasser in it came in, and the 31 came in 4 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Matty Campbell got in and Aitken got in, and they came out 4 seconds apart, and Aitken within 2 laps had the lead down to under a second, and it wasn't traffic.
Yeah.
And I'm in my head I'm thinking, okay, is the Porsche taking longer to get up the temp?
Yeah.
Did they put old tires on?
Yeah.
It's all the stuff that the things you don't necessarily know, and I'm just wondering whether or not if we have like a money dash at the end of, you know, if everybody comes in with a couple of laps to go and puts on fresh tires, then does it become a case of whose tires get up to temperature fast enough?
Yeah.
You know, who's willing? And here's the Jorge Lorenzo thing. Are you willing to push harder on cold tires knowing that somebody else won't?
Yeah.
That was Jorge Lorenzo's mantra, and why he won as much was because he had the ability to push harder on cold tires.
We said our best to Andres and the rest of the team.
He's packing up down there right now. He's probably listening.
Look, it's the roll of the dice. Sometimes it's called endurance racing, not endurance winning. I don't think your team needs a lot of character building, but you move on, you learn, and we'll see you at Sebring.
Yeah, we had a really fast car, really fast. That's obviously the most disappointing part. I think it just kind of, you know, it just heightens up the desire to
the expectation.
Well, more the desire to show what we actually can do at Sebring. Yeah, absolutely.
See there, Declan. Best of the team.
Oh, my pleasure.
Captain, Shayna, and the rest. Declan Brennan from Gradient Racing. Let's go to Shay Adam in the pit lane.
Well, earlier on in the race, there was an issue for the FDK Porsche. This is the number 86 machine with Klaus Bachler and Larry Ten Voorde to take it to the checkered flag. It started suffering from misfires and was missing some power. This was very, very early on in the race. I've just heard it go through the tri-oval. It was struggling, John. We need to keep an eye on that car. That could cause a caution.
Thank you, Shay. Now, there's been a change at the front of GTD, although it's a change that's coming around with the pit stop. We've got the 57, in GTD Pro. Pierre Guidi has gone to the lead. Brian Sellers in the number 1 BMW is struggling with that car, and we're hearing from the pit wall it is brake problems for the number 1 car, who have now dropped back to 15 seconds away from Alessandro Perguidi in that GTD Pro leader.
Yeah, about 20 laps ago, the gap between the 62 car and number 1 car was about 11 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's gone out just a little bit, particularly actually in the last few laps. It's certainly gone out a little bit more, but yeah, they are well clear now of that number 77 Porsche. So it's really just a race between those two. Yeah, I think it is just about now.
Car,
yeah. But yeah, the BMW's been running very similar speeds to the Ferrari up front. And we'll just have to just see what the next couple of laps, see what they bring, whether Sellers loses any more time. Lost a couple of tenths on the last lap. See what happens this time around as well.
Well, I think what's happening this time around, Jeremy, is that they're going to come into the pits because most of the team are on the wall, and there are two very, very nice, fresh rotors, pads, and calipers, dry brakes. So it'll be pretty quick installation. You'll see on these super fast changeovers, hopefully. Yeah, so the one car, they're waiting for it to come in, and if they're losing time every lap, there's no point really extending it unless they're very much on the edge of a certain number of fills to get to the end if we run to the green. The Lollipop Man is getting ready to go in full Willy Wonka fashion. And we'll have him, and when they come in, I'll have a chat. And that's Brooksy, apparently. Okay, well, there we are. So he's you're going to use his imagination. There we are for Lollipop. I've just realised I've conflated two films, haven't I? Because Lollipop Land is The Wizard of Oz. And obviously, I was doing Willy Wonka, so I'm going to have to go and revise my sweet-based songs from films.
Very disappointed in you, Nick. On that one.
The number one car doesn't need to come in right now, but I think what they're doing, they're coming in now with 2 hours remaining. I think from here, they can get to the end of the race with just one more pit stop.
Totally agree. And as they're starting to find brake issues, maybe they feel it's not worth waiting for. They
didn't come in, did they?
And they haven't come in this time, but they are ready with a new set of brakes for that car. Hello to Terry Murphy in Canada. Due to be here, can't be this week. He's just started dialysis, and we feel for you, Terry. We have some experience of that in the family, so listening at home, all the best, mate, and hopefully you're feeling better soon. Glad we've been able to keep you in touch with what's going on in sound and vision. 70 Fahrenheit out there at the moment in the air. That is about 21 Celsius, a slightly more toasty 30 Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit on the track, as here comes Brian Sellers and the Paul Miller BMW to a new set of brakes, and Nick Damon.
And obviously he'd much prefer me than the new set of brakes. Okay, so the car now comes in. All of us suddenly realised this car's got brake problems, so all the big media people took 4 steps back thinking it might actually stop on its marks. It's got brake issues. Meandering around the back, just have a look at this damage on the rear right. There is not an awful lot left of the rear valance, you'd say, on that right-hand side. It just goes to show it's not as aerodynamically important as you think it is. And, they kind of used all the air by the time it gets back there. And I have to say, I'm not very impressed with some of the tank tape work. Okay, first disc is off on the right-hand side. These are absolutely amazing. You think about the time it takes to... I did brakes and discs on Ash's car, which is in our Bath. It took the pair of us 4 hours to do it. This is taking them, approximately about a minute at most, because they have what's called a dry brake system. That's brake B-R-E-A-K, not B-R-A-K as a brake would be. What it effectively means is you haven't got to go through the whole bleeding process. You just disconnect the cable, put a new one in, and when you reconnect it, you keep the brake pressure. They're going to have to move that cable. They're going to run over the cable, and then people don't like doing that. Now, interestingly, the fuel's still going in, so I think they may have actually got those brakes done not far off what they were going to do with the fuel. That's pretty impressive, pretty expensive as well. That's just in motors incredibly expensive. That's all part of motor racing at the highest level. Formula racing down, still more fuel going in. This thing is being filled to the brim. And still going. Wow, this is a very long stop. And there you go. Splash, the dash, and away goes. No driver change, and away goes the BMW M4. And that should prevent this slow creep of drop-off they had.
And whilst Nick was watching the brakes, there was a new driver in that car as well. Brian Sellers got out of the pit lane. Got out of the car, rather, as the car is weaving left and right to go through the exit. Possibly Sheldon Fondelinde in that car. Let's see what it trips when it comes through. Difficult to see. Yes, it was. Shea Adams spotted that. Give it fair due. And those are a set of brake discs that have been well used. I think they've had their value out of those, Nick Damon. Down in the pit lane, you might want to have a look. Warm your hands. I think that is only the first change.
Is it? I'm surprised they would make a brake change just with 2 hours to go, if that was the only brake change they've had to make during the race. Oh, it's strange to me.
Just hearing they did one about 2 a.m. in the middle of the night as well. Sorry,
there you go.
I missed that one.
Oh, wow. So they did 12 hours on the first set and only 7 or 8 on the second. That's curious.
So, but if you can do it, if you can do that within the time it takes to fill the car up with fuel, then
You've
why
lost
not?
nothing. You've lost
It's
nothing.
incredible.
Which they didn't, I don't think. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure.
they did. Yeah, they did. They had the front brakes off and the front tyres on, and then they did the rear tyres separately. And now Nick's just telling me there's very uneven wear on the pads between right and left.
No, that's not good.
No. Oh, and straight on for that car with the new brake, Sheldon van der Linde. Oh, hang on, right front tyre's not fastened. The wheel and tyre on the right front is not on. That has not been correctly fastened. So my guess there is the brake disc hasn't been seated properly on that right front. And Sheldon, you need to slow down there, mate. Take it much easier. They've been on the phone to him and told him just that. He was in grave danger there of shedding the right front wheel, and it's still hanging on right on the end of the spindle. Now it pops back in as he's come down onto the apron. This is a disaster for Paul Miller Racing, who've been in the top 2 or 3 for the whole of the GTD Pro race. And that will be doing some damage to the hub itself. Nick Damon hasn't moved that far. Van der Linde back into the pit lane. Right front, Nick, is where the problem is.
And they've hopped over the wall. They're not looking at anything else. The right front is off. Oh, some kicking. Yeah, I think you're right. There may have been a seating issue with the disc, John. Yeah. And that's been the problem. Now, yeah, they're having to come out with some bolts and screws to get that. Because what happens is they've actually got 2 bolts which effectively attach the disc in, which is then keyed on with a kind of a star key all around it. So you get lots of grip, obviously, to do the braking. But obviously, if it's kind of you have the hub, and then you have the brake, and you have the rotor, and then of course eventually that then comes onto the nut at the back of the wheel, and of course if one's placed too far out, it means that the single hub, the central hub, won't actually lock when it gets turned in. So it's unlocked, and they dropped the nut, which is never good. So obviously they must have thought the old one. And of course, it's quite good practice, actually. If you've had a nut that's not go on properly, you've stripped it. Now, if they strip the hub, they are in terrible trouble. Because stripping the hub, there's nothing you can do, and it's a very long process getting the whole hub off. So hopefully that's not happened.
Yeah, I think it has, Nick. I think they've stripped at least part of that hub, that spindle.
So much. The last thing you want to hear at this point is the endless of an air gun, because it means it's just sitting there spinning, and every time it goes round on a slightly damaged spindle, it just makes it worse. There you go again. They're going to take that. Are they going to take that? The other problem they have now, even if they get this working and fixing, this may be the last tyre they could change.
Correct. They can't get the. Now they can't get the gun off because it's gone so deep.
Yeah, it's cross-threaded it effectively.
It's gone so deep onto the hub.
Okay.
And they've cross-threaded. It's been fouling the wheel. I tell you that right, is not good, Nick. That's not good at all.
That right front, if it works, I don't think that right front's coming off for the final 2 hours. The one that's in damage is a beautiful score mark. It's down on pressure as well. So right. If you look on the inside the alloy, it's been sitting at the wrong angle. It's actually ground away the inside of the alloy wheel. That obviously meant there's no way that you're going to have the air kept in the tyres. It's leaked from inside from the wheel out rather than a puncture on top.
It's effectively what you're saying here is the disc, because the wheel has come off, the disc is machined out a groove right through the wheel rim.
Yeah, the caliper being the highest point we've done it, but absolutely right there, John. It wasn't quite...
No, he's off. He's locked up. He's gone straight on.
That's it.
And there's pieces of metal filing coming out from the right front. I've got to tell you, I did not like that front wheel. It looked like there was an issue there. And Sheldon van der Linde, he's going very quickly into the kink here. He really needs to slow down. I suspect that right front wheel is going to do exactly the same again. The brake isn't doing what it should do. He's down at the far end of the circuit now. Oh, this is very worrying indeed. This started on his outlap into the bus stop chicane. They then couldn't get the right front disc, which had just been changed, that rotor. They couldn't get it to seat properly. There's 2 pegs on which that has to seat, and then as the wheel goes on, it holds it there. Van der Linde back up to speed again.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
He's at least 2 laps behind now the Ferrari. I think 3 laps behind the Ferrari. So they're very, very costly. And most unfortunate for that Paul Miller Racing team. Boy, what a season they had in 2023 with 5 wins, dominant championships. They swept the board. They won the Sprint Series. They won the Michelin Endurance Cup. They won the overall championship. You name it. Oh, actually, no, excuse me. They didn't win the Endurance Cup, did they? But they won everything else. And it was a brilliant year. And it was looking so good here. Boy, they've had a wonderful 22 hours. But with 2 hours to go, I think it's got a bit pear-shaped. I've been looking at this battle at the front of the field. It's been fascinating. Since the last round of pit stops, which occurred about 10 laps ago, between the 2 leaders, the gap came down from about 8 seconds or 9, almost 10 seconds it was before the round of pit stops, down to less than 6. But over the course of the last 4 laps, as it extended again, Felipe Nasr clearly got the message. He's edging away now again from Tom Blomqvist. Louis Delatraz in the best, well, the only remaining Acura, is slipping farther and farther back here at a pretty rapid rate. 26 seconds now, 27 seconds across the line to complete lap 730 behind, and a big gap back to the 3 Porsches. Jimmy Bruni and Phil Hansen were exchanging positions after the round of pit stops, but lately Jimmy Bruni has got back past Phil Hansen, and Phil Hansen also has been passed on this last lap by Nick Tandy, who continues to charge hard in that number 6 Porsche. So the 2 Penske Porsche Motorsport entries are looking very, very strong at the moment. Nick Tandy has got a fair bit of ground to make up on his teammate who leads the race, Felipe Nasr, following that error by Philippe Eng on the out lap a couple of hours ago, but he is absolutely flying.
Let's go to Shea Adam for a quick update from what's been happening at her end of the pit lane.
Just had 2 LMP2 stops that were caused by damage. Riley came in, changed the tail section on the number 74 in fuel and tires while they were here, and the number 8 for Tower Motorsport came in. Freddie Habsburg brought the car in with some serious right front damage. The headlamp was actually pushed well in. Good thing Tower had yet another nose. They put that on, they put Scotty Mack behind the wheel, sent him out with 4 new tires and a lot more fuel.
Oh, brilliant bit of remembrance here from Daniel Priest at the 2022 Nürburgring 24 Hours. Sheldon van der Linde had a front spindle failure in the Rover BMW that sent them in the wall and out of the race. Maybe spindles and Sheldon don't get on. I had forgotten that. I tell you what, he'll be spitting in that car. Nick and I just, while Shea was talking there, passing backwards and forwards over the intercom, wondering if perhaps there's some damage to either the wiring for or the ABS sensor itself, because they're still locking up that right front wheel at every opportunity. That is not good news for that car if it's going to get to the end in an hour and 50 minutes or thereabouts. Aero Motorsport into the pit lane. This looks entirely regular as far as the stop is concerned. Shea Adam might be able to confirm.
It is entirely regular and entirely planned, because Christian Rasmussen is getting in behind the wheel, taking over for Connor Zilic, who must be dead by this point, and Christian is expected to take it to the checkered flag. Also into the pit lane, the number 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. Bill Ellis has gotten out, Daniel Morad has gotten in.
Down with Paul Miller Racing, and it's Brian. So that's Brian. Motor racing is a harsh mistress, isn't it? It's all going well till it doesn't. Can you first of all tell us why you needed to come in to change brakes so near the end of the race?
Well, we ended up somehow with a significant more amount of pad wear than we expected. It looked good all day, but maybe in the heat, you know, we started to deteriorate the pad material. So basically that whole final stint I did was on no pad at all, like so much so that we cracked the rotors. Then we came in, tried to do the change, and I think it looks like maybe something happened with the right front. Obviously, that's what sent Sheldon off. And then when that happens, you have ABS failures and faults and lamps that set the whole system into shock. So it's just, yeah, it's frustrating.
Just for our own records, you had already changed the pads once, hadn't you, in the middle of the night?
Yeah, we had. And this is not a new problem for us. We've had this before. We've had it in the shorter races and like shorter endurance races, sorry. So we thought we'd had it fixed, but apparently not. You know, it's something that we've spent a lot of time looking into, but seemingly need to spend a little bit more time.
So our feeling is that to get to the end of the race, you won't be able to change that front right tyre, will you? That'll have to run the whole 2 hours.
I hope not, because I don't think it was new to begin with. But yeah, if I was a betting man, I would say that's the case, judging by the way they had to lock that thing on there. So, I mean, right now it's just about trying to finish.
You mentioned ABS problems. We saw the wheel is locking up. So currently, is there no ABS on that wheel or no ABS on any of the wheels? Is just losing one take the whole system out?
No, we were able to reset it. We had to try a couple times, but eventually we got it to reset. So it looks like at those lap times, I would say the lamp is, the alarm lamp is out now. So I think we're okay. You know, so now we just got to see if we can milk the thing for a podium, right? Because there's obviously no, you know, at this point, you know, multiple laps down to second, there's no chance for that. So just focus on, you know, trying to spray some champagne, I hope.
That's about that. Really hope you make that podium. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, thank you.
Very informative.
Yeah, Brian's always that way, isn't he? He's very honest and very. I don't know. Would you say he's pragmatic there? I'm not sure. I think that is an issue that they've been grappling with. That car. It happened at Sebring, and as Brian said at Petit Le Mans as well. So, what a shame with just under 2 hours to go. But if they can drag that car to the finish, they should be rewarded with a podium.
A couple of great battles going on in GTD. That was one of them. Kai Casolino now 30 seconds ahead and more, 47 seconds ahead of Daniel Morad in second in GTD. It's a decent gap as well in GTD Pro, where Michael Christensen has just taken over Rexy, which means the outcoming driver can talk to Shea Adam.
It's Michael Christensen who's just gotten out. Lauren Heinrich has taken over that car, which is one of the 2 full season pairings, and they're looking to try and finish the season right where they started. So let me see where Michael's run off to, and I'll shout up when I've got him.
Had a great chat with the AO Racing crew on Saturday morning before the race, and in fact on Friday before the race, and Lauren with Seb Prio and Michael Christensen, and they'd planned to actually split up the different aspects. The pole lap was set by Seb Prio. Michael Christensen started the race, and Lauren Heinrich going in for the run to the end. And just by keeping their nose clean, they're second in GTD Pro at the moment. And anything happens to that Risi Ferrari, you never know. Rexy could be getting a watch.
I just very quickly want to check in with Shea Adam while she's trying to track down the driver there. I'm right in saying, Shea, that we tracked the Tower Motorsport LMP2 car having to have 2 nose changes in relatively rapid succession.
Back-to-back pit stops, as a matter of fact. Yeah, John.
With a normal stint between them, not as if they had to come in one lap afterwards.
It was not a very long stint. It was not the full length because of the damage to the nose.
Thank you. I thought I hadn't made that up. Jeremy looking for a bit of information for his lap chart, which he is doing on his lap. Which is why it's called a lap chart, of course. Let's go to Michael Christensen, who's with Shea Adam.
Michael, how much is left in Rexy for the end of this race?
We've been flat out all the time. You know, we are definitely off pace here compared to the competition, but it showed that being clean throughout the race has paid off a bit here. But yeah, in the end, let's see. Still some minutes to go, but yeah, it's been a tough ride, but we are very proud of where we are at the moment.
Big fan base cheering for you. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a slight hint of slight hint of, was that disappointment? Was it, is he just tired?
Michael's a very softly spoken person. He's a very contemplating guy. He's a really, really nice person, is Michael, and a hugely decorated driver. He's won this race before 6 years ago with the Allegra team. He's won the Le Mans in the GTD Pro category in the Pink Pig with Kevin Estra and Lawrence Vantor, and world champion. And what I get from that is that they have nothing left. For me, what I hear is they're saying that's all we've got.
I think that's all he had as well.
Yeah, that's all he had. It's all Lawrence had. It's all Seb's had, and it's all the cars had. And every bit of that team have done all they can. And sometimes in racing it's not enough, and sometimes it is. And we won't know until about 100 minutes from now.
That's a good point, actually. High noon at Daytona International Speedway as we go into the last 100 minutes of the 60-second Rolex 24 hours of Daytona. If you've been with us all the way through, well done you. It's the 107.9 FM transmitter, still ticking away nicely. Sirius XM, channel 207, and around the world on RS2, as well as our world video feed as well. And great thanks to NBC for allowing us to take over and give their guys a bit of a rest from a bit longer this year. We got 6 hours of the race from midnight to 6 a.m. Not often over here in the States we get to take over a national station. Well, we'll be doing it in a few weeks' time in Australia for the Bathurst 12 hours. You'll be able to watch that here in the States, all live and free, via the player at radiolemans.com, and of course the audio for everyone as well. Full coverage in about 22 days time, 23 days time of that. Very much looking forward to going to Bathurst again.
You don't have to leave right at the end of this race
you know what, Jeremy, that's a very good point, and it's made a huge difference to a lot of drivers as well. I mean, the teams, if the teams are there, the cars are already on the way, but you're spot on. Bathurst and Supercars event to organise Bathurst, pushing it back a couple of weeks. Porsche and Porsche side by side. It's the number 85 of Phil Hansen, with 6th place. Is it Phil Hansen still in the 85?
Correct.
Come non si sente? Mi sente adesso?
Well, he was side by side with, I think,
ero disteso che stavo guardando.
that must have been the leader.
Ora sì, no?
Yes, it was. It was Philippe Nasser.
And the lead is coming down, and quickly.
Gracias por el follow, Jueves.
Has just set the best lap of the race for that car, 1:35.709, and has just taken 2 seconds out of Felipe Nasser for the lead, so it's only 3.2 seconds the gap now at the front. This motor race is on. So, an hour and 38 minutes to go here in the 60-second Rolex 24 at Daytona, and 2 calls to call, Jeremy, especially with the 31 Cadillac charging.
Ora capisco la vita dura dei...
A little while ago, the gap had come down, they didn't extend it again, and in the last 4 or 5 laps, Tom Blomqvist has really got the move on, and as you said, you just said his best lap of the race at 1:35.709. Is that the fastest lap of the race, actually? I think
not quite. No, I think that's the way of actually the car he's chasing, the 7 car, 1:35.605. It's very tight.
Yeah, it is.
Dai, 1 ora e 37, 1 ora e 37,
100 laps to go by
1 ora e 37.
Nasser, lap 637, exactly 100 laps ago actually. Lap 637 for Nasser, 1:35.605, 1:35.709 just on that last lap by Tom Blomqvist. And the number 85 car, Phil Hansen, he was running really well the first part of it still, but certainly struggling towards the end of it. And as you say, just fallen off the lead lap.
Dai, dove Bortolotti, dov'è?
Right with him, less than a second between those two. So more than 2 seconds Tom Blomqvist made up on that last lap of 35, another 35.7 for Blomqvist. Wow, he is absolutely flying.
I think the heat is playing into the hands of Cadillac here. 34 degrees Celsius track temperature now.
I think it must have been traffic there, because
he's
been super consistent, Nasser. but all of a sudden that gap has come right down.
No, I totally agree with you as well on that one, Jeremy, but I do think a lot of the Porsche drivers mentioned that they felt the car was better in the cool conditions, whereas it seems the Cadillac is good in everywhere, but it's not an exact science at all, and you're right, the traffic definitely playing a big factor.
And meanwhile, Louis Delatraz, he just falling farther and farther back, 37 seconds now, the gap from second to third. That gap has gone out by 10 seconds in the last 10 laps, 9 laps actually. So more than a second lap, but the Acura of Louis Delatraz is losing to those two leaders.
Thanks to Shea Adam for her most recent stint in the CrowdStrike pit report. Rotor, Joe Bradley is popping in to the pit-in end of things, where he's stumbled upon a problem with the number 3 Corvette.
Yeah, I did. I have literally stumbled as well. The 3 Corvette. Now it gets on, and I have no idea what that was. So the number 3 Corvette pulled off and then stopped halfway off the apron and had to be pushed back to its apron. Nobody really did anything to it. Maybe it was a kind of a bit of a reset, but it's now underway. So that caused a bit of concern, didn't it?
Let's take an interview now from Nick Damon, who has got Kai Cozzolino, who's been plying his trade with some aplomb, Nick, over the last 18 hours or so.
Kai, it's all smiles because less than 2 hours ago and you brought the car in the lead. It's, you know, let's not count it, but it's been a great run for you personally.
Yeah, I mean, everything is going under control until now. Our target was really to survive until the last 2 hours, so we really nursed the car. Save fuel, and now I went full banana. And we were P1, but I lost about 10 seconds because the gear got stuck in 2.5. Thank God we got it back in gear, so just keeping fingers crossed until the end of the race.
How much has the car changed over the course of the 22 hours so far?
Yeah, we set the car up exactly for these last 2 hours, so, you know, we know that track evolution was going to be key. Rubber, so we set the car that we could be fast here. Maybe in the night it was not fantastic, but everything is really thanks to all the air, of course, the guys. For me it was my first Daytona, but Simon, Miguel, Francois, really they taught me how to race this circuit, and I'm so grateful for everyone. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, mate. Back to the front of the field, John.
Because the lead is down to just on 2 seconds.
It's gone up. That's gone up.
To 2 seconds,
was closer than that, yeah. So the Bloomquist had carved quite a bit of time out of Nasser there at the front of the field, but it seems like the traffic has sort of ebbed and flowed back the way. Nasser 0.3 of a second quicker than Blomqvist last time by, but mind you, just in Sector 1, Blomqvist has taken it straight back again.
Yeah, fascinating duel between these two. I'm wondering whether Nasser lost a little bit of time actually getting past the lap car of Phil Hansen, what is now the lap car of Phil Hansen, because Hansen, of course, wouldn't want to go a lap down in that JDC Miller Motorsports entry.
Well, they're desperately trying not to, aren't they?
They were.
They've
unfortunately,
everything
they did.
can.
But I'm wondering whether that was a little bit costly for the race leader. So there's a couple of laps there where he was in a 37 and then 38 on lap 738. That's the lap on which Tom Blomqvist really did narrow the gap just to just a few car lengths.
So coming down to 90 minutes to go, the gap 2 seconds as we mentioned. I'm absolutely fascinated, gentlemen, by the way this race has ebbed and flowed through the daylight hours. Yeah, I would have liked to, lovely though they are, I would have liked to have seen slightly less of the Cadillac safety cars. But when we've had these long runs, it's fascinating, as I say, to see the swing of the pendulum from one manufacturer to another. It looked for all the world, Jeremy, earlier on, that the 31 Whelen Cadillac was running away with this. As the temperatures have come up, as the clouds have cleared, they're not having everything their own way. Porsche came back into it overnight.
Yeah. So did BMW for quite a while.
Well, for a long time, till they both bit the dust in the nighttime hours. Still, technical problems is what BMW Team RLL has said about that.
Gearbox, I think. Can't remember.
Steering 24, gearbox oil 25, and I think it was the 24 where the tow rope snapped when it was coming back, which cost a little bit of extra time.
That's insult to injury, isn't it?
Yeah. This power steering, of course, nowadays is electrical, so that's electrons rather than fluid that weren't doing what they were meant to do. And those electrons get a mind of their own, that's when you're in real trouble, isn't it? Or when they start leaking electrons, just as bad as leaking fluids.
It's a world I couldn't possibly understand. Game on at the front of the field. Tom Blomqvist. This is a quick lap from Blomqvist. He's looking good on the splits as they come up towards the start-finish line. And indeed, he's just taken another 0.3 of a second out. The gap is down to just on a second.
Bit of clear road in front of them for a couple of corners if they can go by the right car. Here's the Porsche down the inside for Felipe Nasr. He gets through in the International Horseshoe. Every time I see that right Porsche, the number 120, who dutifully moves to the right-hand side and allows Blomqvist through, that's actually really good driving. Just had to move car's width to the right-hand side and knew he would go through. I like to say that, but every time
I'm
I
sure
see
we
that,
got the call from upstairs.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah,
Spotters.
You've got the leaders. Don't mess it up.
Yep. Spotters are so critical in this race.
Very good indeed. It's Jan Helen behind the wheel, so
Si
he knows
caso
which way is up.
qualcosa
Every time I
perché
see that car, though, all I can think of is the colour scheme we
dico la
mentioned
verità,
earlier
non
on.
è successo
On
praticamente
the
niente
Celine
probabilmente così perché
The Conrad Motorsport
Conrad
colours.
France,
Yeah.
Conrad Motorsport.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of the
ci vuole una safety car,
Garrettson Enterprises,
una bandiera gialla, qualcosa del
Dick Barber Racing, John Fitzpatrick.
Oh,
Take the
yes.
white away, of course, but the blues are quite similar.
Down to a second then at the front of the field. The chase is on as we go under 90 minutes. We won't be changing ends at half-time. This is a run all the way to the checkered flag now with a little high cloud, but not much as I look out over the beautiful site of Daytona and still that packed infield where the support races were on either side of the paddock, now taken up with even more cars. Haggerty have taken over where the Mazda, the Whelen Mazda paddock were. They were packing them in there this morning.
Gap down to 3/4 of a second. Blomqvist takes another 0.3 out of Nasr for this battle for the lead. What a showdown this is between two of the top prototype race drivers in the world. Nasr, the
seconda
Formula 1 star, and he's right. There's no gap between them now. Blomqvist is right on the tailpipe of the number 7 Porsche of Felipe Nasr for the race lead.
Nasr with 20% of his energy remaining. Blomqvist with 15.
Sì, lo so. No, ma l'ho alzata perché mi avevano chiesto di alzarlo un po' la gara.
My goodness, there.
Ma
Pick up
passo
speed so quickly, up over 150 miles an hour. Now 170, 80. Getting up
Io ho
towards
abbassato il mio microfono
200 miles
invece.
an hour before they break for the Le Mans chicane.
Così.
And the gap is down to visual. Don't get the
Mamma mia, ma adesso è bagarre, adesso è bagarre.
by the young Brit with the Scandinavian name.
Yeah, and still
Adesso
pulling away
bagarre.
Louis Delatraz is accurate at a second per lap and more.
Adesso l'ho alzato.
Wow. Delatraz due into the pit shortly. He's almost out of fuel and energy.
A
Jimmy
6
Brady
decimi,
in fourth,
madre
down at
mia.
10% as well. Tandy down at 10%.
Sta arrivando come un
That's
fulmine la
six cars to
Cadillac.
one that has had the issues, and he's in the pit lane. They're not risking it this time on those
La 1?
stint
Ma quale
energy
intendi?
levels.
La di Nash? La di Nash, sì, Nash.
Stop to
Nars.
the end for them.
One more stop. to
One
the
more
end.
stop, yes.
Yeah,
one
agreed.
more stop to the end for the
Basically,
number
saying
6
two
crew.
45-minute stints from here, and I think they
Eh,
can't do
ok,
that. You're
para.
right.
You'd with the
Non
way
abbiamo
things
messo il
are
modo
right now, the number
dell'emoticon
6
qua,
Porsche
però dopo
Penske
lo faremo.
Motorsport machine
Ah, nella GT Pro.
would like a caution
Okay.
to bring them back into the picture, and then
Mi
they've
sono
got the pace
accorto
to
oggi.
fight, no question about it. They're right there, but who wants at the front? Well, we almost don't want a caution because this is just such a good battle to watch.
Yeah.
We're being selfish.
Oh, però è sempre la Ferrari prima, no? La 1 era la BMW. È terza adesso, cazzo.
On the front of the field, as that is a brand new set of Michelin medium compound tyres. That's all you can use now. There was the option of
porco due sei vicino. Mo adesso vediamo il motorone Cadillac. Prima era un motorone Porsche, adesso è un motorone Cadillac. Adesso sono la parte inversa.
Stickers on the sidewalls in the stints that I did. Here comes Blomqvist. Joe Bradley.
La 31 si è fermata, no?
Yeah, we were looking at this car's pace and thinking the car may have dropped pace
What?
since the sun came out. However, that really showed well against the Porsche. Blomqvist will stay at the wheel of the car for this one.
Si è fermata la Cadillac.
Yeah, brand new sticker tyres from Michelin going on every corner of this car. Fueling going in. Team just preparing the windscreen by pulling a tear off. Fiddly when you've got mechanics gloves on, need your fingernails.
I moscerini, pieno di sangue il cofano.
Fueling still going on. Thumbs up from the back. Crew member giving Tom the signal when the fueler pulls away. There he goes. That was slick.
What's interesting there, Joe, is that again went off on the internal combustion engine. The Cadillac's been doing that pretty much for the second half of the race, I've noticed.
I reckon.
Minchia, adesso è 54 però. Boh, ma si dovrà fermare, penso, la Porsche, eh?
And do cooler burnouts as well. That's a nice bonus. But I wonder, have they found something where they find it's if you go off on the internal combustion engine, you generate more wheel spin and therefore more critical temperature in the tire, in the rear tire.
Yeah, I'll buy that for $1. It's as good an excuse and reason as anything. I just had news from race control of another retirement, this time the second retirement in GTP, and it is the Acura number 10 of Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport, so that is just the second of the GTP
Grande Lucati. Sì, perché cioè
an attritional race, to be honest.
cos'è? Gli fa, com'è che si chiama in Formula 1 l'undercut?
LMP2s now.
Overcut, o cosa del genere.
I don't think. Two GTPs as we mentioned.
Perché era solo a 5 decimi, cioè era lì. Mo gli tocca tirare di brutto quello della Porsche. Vediamo se si ferma.
Well, 2 stops ago they came in together. That was lap 691. The next stops they were 1 lap apart.
No, adesso l'altro però c'ha gomme nuove.
Number 31 car, 720 for the 7, so that was a 20.
Minchia, una cura su pestite, incredibile.
For the number 7, and this time around looks like 7 cars going to stretch it 1 more lap as well.
Madre mia, madre mia.
Interesting. That might explain
E adesso è il momento clou.
1
ora e 23, adesso ciao. Ma cominciano a mangiarsi le unghie.
I think we've got 17 or 18 retirements at this point. And hi to Steve Tadman, says Daniel Morad. Please discuss, not particularly.
Dobbiamo parlare anche dei doppiati, che cioè.
If you're a sim racer, yes, but a big no name, but he's doing an amazing job.
Se ne trovi un po' son cazzi.
My opinion. I don't think you'll get any argument from us, Steve, on that.
No.
He's been
È uscita nel traffico.
one of my drivers of the race. I thought Matt Campbell in the middle of the night was absolutely was stunning in the long stints.
Mamma mia, quanto cazzo è bella la Cadillac.
Connor Zilic has been, I mean, plugged in, used and abused in that car.
Well, Christian Rasmussen has been fantastically fast.
Well, how good have some of these young drivers been in the, drivers who, this is the next generation we're talking about here, isn't it, gentlemen? With some of these young drivers.
Stayed out again.
Stayed out again, did you say?
Yeah.
Toby Sowery, what about him in the crowd strike?
Malte Jakobsen.
Malte Jakobsen. Well, we've known about Malte for a while, but you know when Malte brings his A game.
Questa è la Lexus.
And he's brought his A+ game this weekend.
Yeah, he's been plying his trade in sports cars now for the last several years. The other two, Rasmussen and certainly Zilic, who's only 17 years of age, for goodness sake, haven't. I mean, Rasmussen drove with this team last year, was very, very
la 70, la 70 dov'è? Che posizione è la 70? Non so vedere.
He's a star. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, he won last year's Indy Next. He won the USF 2000
Box.
Championship
Aia, si ferma.
in 2020. Back to back, he then won
Adesso
the
vediamo.
USF Pro 2000
Ci ha
Championship. And
tirato.
then, last year, he won the
Porca
Indy
troia.
Next as well. So here's a guy who is clearly on the rise. He could be driving this year
Li fia
in
tutti, cazzo.
the NTT IndyCar Series. Watch out.
Push, push, push.
Joe Bradley has the leader in the pits, finally.
Yes, he's finally come in. He's not listening to Jeremy at all, is he? I'm going to tap him on the shoulder. He's not getting out of the car, though.
Cazzo, sono veloci, oh. Ma non hanno fatto cambio pilota? No, no.
It's all very slick, and you know what? You can lose this race in the pit lane, can't you? And these guys are not prepared to do that.
Stacco, queste macchine qua sono come le stacchi smart, tac. Sono stati velocissimi confronto alla Porsche, figa. Scusa, la Cadillac. È qua la Cadillac. Minchia, è ancora la chicane. No, no, ma sì. Boh, ma a parte che è lunga l'uscita dei box, È lunga l'uscita dei box.
And Dean Cameron, the quartet there. Saw Joseph Newgarden catering the other day, where we had fried chicken.
Pure la scia si è trovato.
Joseph just walked up to it, looked at it. It was very tasty, wasn't it? And you could just see him going through his head, going, "That's BOP ballast on a plate right there." And he asked, could he have some grilled chicken instead? Which, of course, the great team at Apex.
Penso di sì, perché dove lo danno tutto. Ma l'uscita davanti o dietro?
Joseph Newgarden and us, I think. We eat fried chicken and he doesn't.
Mica l'uscita è rimasto dietro. No, l'ho passato. No, no. È rimasto dietro, cazzo. Ah, no, 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 è passato, è passato. Pazzesco. Pazzesco. Sono stati veloci,
That was a timing glitch. Because the number 7 car stayed out much longer, and he was better part of a lap ahead. Number 31 car certainly didn't lose that advantage. So it's a little glitch there on that timing system. But yeah, as they came across the line last time around, with this number 7 car going out of the pits,
overcut. Top. Però minchia. Sono rimasti lì più o meno. Guarda, guarda come è uscita. Mi sa che è uscita bene la Cadillac, Però c'è un motorone pure la Porsche. Mamma mia, mamma mia. Aia. Uscita, uscita, uscita. Si è vendicata come. Gliela tira la staccata, gliela tira. Oh, no, ma sono pazzi, cazzo. Che pazzi che sono, figa. Che cazzo.
Round the top side, that was extraordinary stuff. And what
codo che spiattellata.
From the Porsche in second. NASA somehow gets it, slows down somehow.
Codo, ma quello con la GT3 chissà come sia rimasto, cazzo, come un salame è rimasto. What the fuck, man?
Cars are up to temperature and pressure. NASA's aren't yet, clearly, because Blomqvist was able to pass him very easily there, or relatively speaking, shall we say, and moves into
È stata un po' bella lunghetta, sì, quella staccata lì, quella frenata che ha fatto. Vediamo. No, ma è uscita, ma si vedeva che era uscita a cannone la Cadillac. Più la scia, tutto. Guarda, 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 che motore.
grunt and aero. Then they had the split pass. I think that was the Triassi car, wasn't it? That they went by. And once he gets ahead,
ma come mai è arrivato lungo?
Felipe's got to just ease off a little bit. He wasn't
No,
prepared
no,
to.
si sono superati
Done some
qua. Si
damage
sono
to his
superati.
Michelin tires. A bit of side drafting as well. Then they had to split.
Dici che quella frenata gli costerà un pochettino?
Yeah, just more grip for the Cadillac.
Il fumo si è visto, ma è ancora lì appiccicato, però è una NARS.
Right back in front of Felipe and Nasser. Nasser just had massive aero wash at the start.
Può succedere di tutto, può succedere di tutto.
For me is that Tom Blomqvist is the effectively third driver in that car. He's here for the endurance races, whereas Jack Aitken and Pipo Derani are the full season drivers. So, what do Action Express do here with this Wayland Cadillac? Do they leave Blomqvist into the end, or do they put either Derani or Aitken in at the pit stop?
So, vibration on the new set of tyres being reported by Felipe Nasser before the lockup. So is this a set of used tyres? No, they were brand new. They were brand new when they went back on.
Vedi, adesso è molto trafficato.
Tires they had to use up. They're all fresh
Però
tires.
come dice Ducati,
well, 99% sure of that.
They've been kept
con la
in a
frenata lì.
locker with a security code going, you're not touching them until the end of the race, guys.
The only question is, have they been just sort of scrubbed for a lap or so, perhaps, just to get the edge off them? But I think we've seen from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters that they're putting on absolutely brand fresh tyres.
It was Joe and they were shiny, brand new.
Yep. There's a battle again in GTD. It's now for second position.
Cazzo che batteve, che è un secondo e uno, dai.
Miguel Molina.
Oh, ma le altre categorie stanno... Cazzo, cioè, ci vuole una safety car, porco due. Comunque la BMW è una delusione, ragazzi. Cioè, nonostante prima c'è stata la safety car, non è riuscita a stare lì a fare cazzo, proprio è rimasta dietro sempre.
This term, but it works. These are the money laps. These are laps that count. And it was Kai Cozzolino about 45 minutes ago talking to our CrowdStrike pit lane team said it's all been
Non lo so, ma mi puzza di vittoria di
set
Cadillac,
the car up for the last 2 hours. You look at the weather forecast, Peter. You look at what the track temperature is going to be, and that's climbing.
Mi puzza vittoria della Cadillac.
95 Fahrenheit. In the same way as in my keys to the race, Porsche keys to the race for Sebring, it will be get
Forse
to the
due orette fa era.
have the car do its best work in the dark. This is have your car do
Però
the best
si sono avvicinati tutti, ma boh, BMW ha cominciato...
are reaping the benefits now.
Poi è Luke.
with Nick Damon.
Dov'è? Sto bene. Siamo qua a viverci l'ultimo rete in quarto di gara. Adesso non so se stavi seguendo, ma ha fatto un sorpasso con la Cadillac, figa, la Porsche. Poi si è vendicato di prima, perché prima anche la Porsche ha fatto un sorpasso del genere. SP2? Box? P2 box. Il 20 febbraio esce le mosse ultimate. Il 20 febbraio? Speriamo. Lo stiamo aspettando tutti. Saranno 2 macchine e 5 piste, però boh, almeno c'è la Ferrari ufficiale, c'è la Peugeot che la voglio provare. Io speravo che usciva anche la Peugeot su iRacing, perché però niente. La proveremo sulle masse ultimate. Tu com'è? Bimbo, tutto a posto. Ho visto che hai ripreso un po' a girare. Ma io non ho pazienza quelle delle Lego, te lo giuro, Luca. Grande spazio bene. Ci sta, cazzo, non ti sbagli un pochettino. Sicuramente è cresciuto un po', quindi adesso ne abbiamo più di tempo. Comunque io, quelle coi Lego sono bellissime, ma non c'ho pazienza. persi nel tempo di starli a scrivere, a montarle. Io devo comprarla già in scala,
But it's a brand new car. It's a ground up.
Il 59 pollici Samsung, cosa? Ma non era 57, adesso c'è anche 59. Che cazzo di schermone, porco due. Ci sta. Almeno, guarda, se facessero lo schermo così lungo, mi metterei anch'io schermo, rimetterei anche lo schermo singolo, però 57 non è malvagio il 57. Quello da 49 è mega più grande. Ma come quello da... Ma hai preso quello da 49 o da 59? Non ho capito. Cioè, oltre al 57 c'è anche un 59, quello che non capisco. C'è il 49, adesso c'è il 57 della Samsung, so. Cioè, 59 è già un cazzo di schermo. Porca troia. Della Samsung.
Debriefing to do. What I would add and what I would put very good money on if I were a betting man is they'll get it right sooner rather than later. They always do. They've got the C5
riesci a vedere
Corvette,
quasi lo specchietto di destra con
Racing,
59.
down in the Chevrolet
Già con 57 ho visto che ma più o meno
C5, C6, C7, C8, they've all won.
non lo vedi ancora, ma 57 è tanta roba. Immagino 59 sarà ancora più roba, ancora più serio.
He was only on pit lane 10 laps ago, so that's
Cazzo,
way short.
Ma 57 è
He's
alto,
going to give up
tipo
the lead, I
TV.
think, to the 04 car.
Ah, alto, ok. E questo qua è cos'è? Tutto curvo? Il 59? Non sapevo che c'era il 50, io pensavo che c'era solo il 57.
Can they go for an hour and 10?
No, but that's probably two stints
Cazzo.
exactly.
Okay.
Curvo e dritto?
Short stints, flat out stints.
Maybe that's how they want to get on strategy.
E che sta lì a riprendere ancora il, come si chiama?
LMP2 and then go on full race,
La struttura per lo schermo singolo, dovrei vederlo. È sempre meno, avere sempre meno cavi. La costruzione.
I think what's happened is the P2 cars have pulled the pin on when they can get there on one fuel source, putting 4 new boots on.
Ah, ma è Moradnes. Io Moradnes, cioè Moradnes è meglio, ma è Moradnes che sta
There was a new rear deck going on the 99 AO Dragon machine as well, but it was the leader itself, which of course is the 18 era car. Christian Rasmussen stayed on board and just got some new tyres. So yeah, I think they're now putting the pin. And they're not, what basically means is that they're not banking on seeing any yellow flags.
Yeah, my mistake. I misread that. So that's about right.
Right.
That's it. All of the LP2 cars I think have just been in now.
Ma era una macchina di Mora, Mercedone,
Chris Stewart says,
la barca.
sim races everywhere, pulling for Daniel Morad.
Ma adesso che come si dice? Che base motore hai? Hai cambiato, mi sembra, no? Mi ricordo se avevi venduto tutto e hai ripreso di nuovo la roba adesso. Poi hai tenuto. Fanatec Sport di nuovo. Ah, ti è riuscito ad farla davvero, perché qualcuno non è riuscito ad averla.
Tom Blomqvist taking the lead in an audacious maneuver after the pit stops as Felipe Nasser was still getting his.
Che cazzo di volante c'ha la me? Questo non è Cup Control, è Cup Control.
So it is the 31 Cadillac that leads from the 7.
O è Cup Control questo qua? Così fine.
Further back, Louis Delatraz for the number 40 Acura, the Wayne Taylor Racing.
Mercedes adesso non ha il volante ufficiale della Cup Control.
Matty Jaminet.
Bello cazzo però.
Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 is a further 31 seconds back and 5 seconds ahead of Jimmy Bruni in the bright yellow. Sorry, in the
quella lì di Moradnes è la GT3, no? La GTD è la GT3. Boh, perché ormai la telecamera era di fianco, non riuscivo a vedere davanti. Comunque GTD bella categoria, Peccato per il traffico perché erano più vicine.
the era CrowdStrike racing battle just eased for a moment. It's as if somebody's turned it down off the boil to a mere simmer.
Comunque 15:59 allora, madonna
15
Luca.
seconds. Christian Rasmussen's just gone through. Yeah, 15.8
Animalus.
seconds. Tom Dillman just coming out the pits in third. In the interview.
Vorremmo farglielo prendere pure Enzo Zannella, gli sembra un po' di coglioni con 57.
He's not coming out the pits, he's just driving around quite nicely. This is the
E lui dice che per 10 centimetri.
Then another 23 seconds further back, Felipe Fraga for Riley in the rank 74 car, number 74. Scott McLaughlin for Tower. It is another 11 seconds further back, but still on the lead.
C'è un video che gira.
That number 8 Tower Motorsports.
Sembra che l'avevano pubblicato nella pagina dei Furious di Instagram.
Has come to the fore.
Facebook.
Hot in the early
Dove c'è il tipo che ce l'ha e sta correndo a Nürburgring con la Porsche, una bella immersione. Poi lui porta l'immersione che porto io, poi da fuori. E si vede benissimo, cazzo.
And the BMW M4 GT3 of Sheldon von der Linde after the brake problems, still in third place in GTD Pro. In GTD, really interesting. Daniel Morad leads by 30
La IMSA, dici?
Winward Mercedes from Albert Costa for Conquest, who's got Miguel Molina in another Ferrari.
La Daytona dipende. Lo sei sul sito di loro. Però il fatto è che non tutti i paesi possono vederla. Per quello che la gente viene su Twitch anche.
Thompson and Scott Andrews make up the top 6, and the Ferraris, Jeremy, are absolutely flying in the heat of the day in both GTD.
Non in tutti i paesi la puoi vedere, quella è una natura di cazzo. Infatti io ho dovuto, qua in Svizzera, per dire, non me la faceva vedere prima. Ho dovuto fare un, capito? Per riuscire a vederla. Difatti le prime 3 ore, quanto cazzo è, non sono riuscito a farlo stream, 5-6 ore. Ho dovuto struzzare un attimino.
Entry for with Albert Costa at the wheel of that car at the moment. He passed Miguel
Io il mio moderatore.
which is not bad going. A few laps ago to move into second position, and then both of them got past
Però
Michael Grenier,
è successo sono successe tante cose,
Parker Thompson
ma tante
doesn't seem
cose.
to have the pace in that Lexus in the later stages that he showed earlier in the race.
Oh, sono
and
contento
of
che hai
course in
ripreso,
qualifying,
cazzo,
because
tu, perché
Parker
ma dove stai girando?
2 years ago,
Sempre ruote
Parker
scoperte?
was spotting here for one of the teams.
O anche
Here
te
he is,
stai facendo
2
campionato
years
come
later,
me
he was on the pole position.
dell'MDH. Ah, Refactor 2, anch'io sto girando su Refactor. Boh, sono ancora patente
Car led a
pronto.
goodly portion of the early stages. Well, first half of the race, they led much of it.
Problem for, well, a potential problem incoming for car number 6,
Sarà bello,
Mathieu
cazzo, speriamo
Jaminet
che
on the lead
riescano
lap right now, but maybe not for long because the Tom Blomqvist
fare
is
qualcosa quelli di
chasing down
Refactor.
Mathieu Jaminet in that number 6 Porsche.
Ma in teoria esce anche la
So
pioggia
if
sui
Blomqvist
racing, non
goes by, they
so
are
quanto.
off the lead lap. So
Vabbè,
if,
ma ci sta.
the number 6
Oh, ma il
Porsche wants to
Refactor, il loro
win this
sistema
race,
che hanno
they cannot afford
messo
to lose this position,
va
and
bene,
also
cioè non è così
can do their
impegnativo come ai
teammate a
racing,
big
ecco,
favor
capito?
here, because the
Ti
harder
fai la
that Mathieu
garetta in
Jaminet
sé
fights this, it will
così
slow Blomqvist up and allow NASA to catch up.
basta.
So Porsche
E sicuramente
Penske
permette un po' di
Motorsport,
più
by
di
virtue of having
iRacing.
2 cars in the general hunt here,
Esatto,
definitely
quelle gomme non lo
playing
batte
in their
nessuno.
favor.
Nelle gomme, il sistema delle gomme non lo batte
Sorry,
nessuno.
sorry, Jeremy,
L'ho sempre
massive
detto,
mistake,
ma lo
big
dicono
chink at the
tutti.
international horse
Ma
there
su alcune
for
cose, ma già
Blomqvist.
solo il
That was a
fatto
strange one.
che quando esci dai box ti tocchi con le macchine, di fare attenzione, poi c'è il semaforo all'uscita dai box. Ai racing queste cose non ce le cazzo. Il giorno che faranno i racing come tipo Gran Turismo, che hanno anche Formula 1, che vedi i box movimentati quando fanno le gare endurance, sarà una figata. Io, cioè, ok la simulazione, ma io cerco anche quei particolari là, che vedere la 24 ore e vedere quando entra nei box tutto vuoto, tutto minchia. Fa schifo. Spero che mettano almeno un omino lì, un bot, metti un bot, figa, degli omini almeno ai box, che si vede che c'è qualcosa. Enzo gli stanno rompendo i coglioni, ma non so se lo prende. Lui dice 10 centimetri, però quei 10 centimetri fanno tanto,
But Mathieu Jaminet, there's a twofold benefit here. If he can
Gli rompono i
only stay
coglioni
ahead
di
of
prendere.
Blomqvist for them to stay on the lead lap, he can also, by doing so, slow down Bloomquist and allow his teammate to
Non
catch up. So
pericoli
this
neanche
is
te.
real tactics could come
Visto
into
che ti
play here.
arriva così lui lo fa intrippare per bene.
Just want to go back to something we
Borghese
were
ci
talking
sarà un po'
about
di da
earlier
vedere.
on, the GTD
Borghese ha preso il
balance of
45 mi sembra
performance
curvo,
changes.
perché ma lui ha un po' di
Issued
stretto.
by IMSA earlier in the week, but effectively
Quindi Enzo dai,
negotiated
senza
by the
57 non è la
manufacturers,
stessa cosa, dai.
sitting around a table or on a Zoom call or whatever. This is something a little bit different for a major series.
Yeah.
The series collects independently all of the data and puts it before.
Guarda, adesso perché non sono più a livello di prima, a livello di money.
I don't know whether they do rock paper scissors or
Anche io vorrei
whatever.
cambiare i miei,
Sorry,
ormai
I'll
sono
make
già
the
vecchi, i miei sono
seasons
144
there was a
a
raft of them,
27,
all
quindi
bar
per capire. me lo sarei preso. Però volevo qualcosa che cazzo riuscivi anche a vedere lo specchietto di destra, sarebbe stato il top se per uno schermo così. Che sicuramente lo faranno, però già che uscito il 57 è tanta roba. Costicchia però, costicchia cazzo.
After the teams work through the numbers.
Yeah, after the manufacturers they had the technical working group, all the manufacturers are invited to play a role in that.
Borghese c'ha quello.
Yes, they give their input. They
Cosa che ha
basically
preso? Ha
thrash
preso
around amongst
uno
themselves.
curvo da 45 però.
One of the manufacturers
Perché
thinks
lui
they've got a
ha
deficit, they're going to persuade that they've got
una
all the data,
stanzetta
all the
e
information
la
is there.
postazione ci sta giusta
In
giusta.
terms of downforce,
Però si è fatta una bella postazione Borghese.
acceleration, pit stop time, everything, you name it, it's there. And they have
Carina.
to plead their
Digli di
case
mandarti le
to each
foto.
other to come up with the eventual balance performance. As you say, there was all cars except for the Lexus were changed. The Ferrari, for example, it lost 10 kilograms of weight, and I did get in terms of horsepower. You got a bit more power as well.
The Ferrari.
Yeah.
I think the Ferrari actually I've got it. I've got it.
Giuseppe Risi was talking about it when we
the Ferrari had 10 kilograms.
Grande Luca, grande che sei passato. E ricordati che quel prime lì non lo devi far prendere polvere. Io vedo che è un po' impolverato quel prime.
No, power taken away.
Pieno di polvere. Sarà un maglione di lana c'ha ormai quel prime.
Fuel taken away from fuel capacity. So actually the Ferrari was not back. So
Giuseppe Risi saying there's been a lot of talking between that manufacturer and working crew coming into.
Noi abbiamo ancora lo sponsor pro.
Lovely day,
Pro Look.
sunshine,
Su
great
alcune macchine.
racing, and just under 1 hour we're into the last 60 minutes, and there's hardly anything at all between the front of the field as we've got the Porsche and the Cadillac battling it out. Tom Blomqvist leading the race at the moment. Meantime, in Porsche Penske Motorsport, Felipe Nasr is trying to close that gap. It's 3 seconds at the moment.
Dai ragazzi, un'ora.
1 second, so
Un'ora.
11 further back for Louis Delatraz.
1 hour.
Another 20 odd seconds back. 13, call it 14 seconds between first and second in LMP2. Era 2 APR CrowdStrike. GTD Pro at the moment is a little bit off because I think Sarah's got a pit stop to do. There's not actually a full lap between Risi and Ato.
Yes, there is.
Oh yeah, there is now. Yes, of course, after that last stop.
Yeah, there is. A full course yellow would potentially
Guarda la Porsche che gli fa da tappo.
Correct. But it all focuses now on a car that is trying to stay on the lead lap overall, and that's the number 60 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine of Mathieu Jaminet, trying to hold off Tom Blomqvist, the overall race leader. So very, very tight there at the front of the pack. And who on earth do we choose for our BDO Nose Strategy Award? I mean, one that's coming to me is the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport car, because they actually haven't had the outright pace. They've had a few technical issues. Remember, they've ground to a halt out on the track.
Dite che faranno ancora una sosta o
at the moment they're on the podium. Actually, I don't think that's my opening gambit for the BDO Nose Strategy Award.
Chetelaar, 47 Ferrari, pit lane. speeding violation. Just a click too quick, but that will bring them back onto pit lane for a drive through. Felipe Nasser absolutely tearing it up at the moment.
Secondo me
That is the car that set
non
the
riesce a
fastest
doppiare
lap of the
perché
race.
ecco adesso
And with a 1:35.6, we're not getting near
Minchia,
that
il
at the
traffico.
moment in the heat of the day, but huge traffic for the leader as he tries to put a lap on Mathieu Jaminet.
Nasser dropped 0.2 of a second to Blomqvist on the last
That's the
lap.
first time for a while that he's been slower than the leader. 1:38.3
Mamma mia.
for Nasser, 1:38.1 for Blomqvist. That was the lap before. Now, dare I suggest that Jaminet here could do his mate a bit of favour.
I suggested exactly the same. I think if you're
He's
Porsche
allowed
Penske,
to fight to stay on the lead lap.
exactly. If you're Porsche Penske Motorsport, you say fight this like you've never fought before. Fight like this is for the race win. Because to be honest, if that number 6 machine for Porsche Penske Motorsport goes off the lead lap and we don't get another full course caution, then they're done. So they have to stay on at all costs. And of course, in doing so, there is the biggest bonus ball of all, bringing the team car back in.
Spectacular stuff.
We're inside the final hour now, aren't we, John?
Oh yeah, have been for 5 minutes or so, and Nick Damon is in the pit lane watching what should be the last pit stop for Paul Miller Racing.
Yeah.
It's not been a clean run in the pits for them.
No, I mean, we're about to get all the last stops for the GTD cars, be they Pro or Am, so they can get to the end from here. Now, the first one to come in and drive in was that Paul Miller, the white and red M4. It's a bit at the end of my vision, but obviously what I can see is the man on the front right, all he has done is look at the front right. He's not changed it. They have offered up 2 or 3 new tyres. And now it's gone away again. They are hoping to get to the end. They're obviously worried about the tyre wear. Right at my feet now is the Korchhoff Mercedes, the number 32 car. That's Michael Greiner getting out, Kenton Cook getting in. They were oscillating between 3rd and 4th. And we expect to see obviously the rest of the leading GT and GTD and GTD Pro cars in as they've now reached that point, but then get to the end quite easily.
Nick Damon with that crowd strike pit report. It'll be Wednesday night. CrowdStrike and run a data-driven analysis of every team up and down the pit lane. And those metrics will get crunched at the end of the race to give a winner. And we'll be announcing that on Wednesday on Midweek Motorsport. 8 o'clock UK, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's have another look at the Porsche keys to the race, Peter. Tyres, let's start with tyres. Everybody now will have new tyres till the end. That's what they've had to get to, and I think everybody's done that. Traffic continues to be an issue. Yes, we've had 18 or so retirements, but it's still pretty busy out there. We can tick off getting the breakfast and beyond for those that are still running. The 2 ones that have really stood out for me have been calm, patience, and no penalties. There's been times when we've seen calm, and we've mentioned it, where people, Catherine Lake, for example, at the start of the race, backed right out of it. A lot of penalties in the pits.
Huge amount, yeah. Very, very few for incident responsibility.
Yeah, I think probably only 1 or 2.
Yeah, which is which shows that there's definitely been some good driving out there throughout the pack. Tyres, I think, is going to be the biggest one. Even if you do have fresh tyres, it is starting to get quite warm here at Daytona International Speedway. The air temperature is 23 degrees, but the track 37 degrees Celsius. And I think it'll keep climbing because we've got direct sunlight baking down on the tarmac here.
It's when it gets up towards about 50 that the tyre engineers get a bit twitchy. 50 is twitchy.
Look, the number 6 car is no question about it holding up number 31 at this stage. The last 3 laps have all been in the 38s, 1 minute 38s, where the number 31 car was doing 36s, even or 37s. So you know, the pace has been managed here. I think he's nothing egregious certainly, but Matthew Jaminet is driving very, driving with a plan. He's pushing as hard as he can. He wants to stay on the lead lap, certainly, but he also wants to make sure there's no way that Cadillac can come past.
Last pit stop for the GTD leader. This is number 57, Winward AMG. Nick?
Yeah, and really interestingly, they're not changing drivers. They're giving Daniel Morad the run to the finish, and that'll be a long run for him. Just coming round him now is the 21, I think is Daniel Serra in that one. So they've also got that's how far the lead was, about 25 to 30 seconds they had the lead. We have seen that the Ferrari is quick in sun. Daniel revving the car, fuel out, there we go, we've got full course caution.
Yeah, we have. This is a huge fire on the front of the Lexus, the Vassar Sullivan car. And Joe Bradley has an idea, he knows what's happening. This was on pit out, the driver is out of the car, it's Parker Thompson. He's fighting the flames himself, Joe.
You know what, as the number 12's just been in the pits for a pit stop, and I think it's tyre pickup. When it sat there, the tyre pickup began to start to heat up and smoke start billowing from that left-hand front. One of the crew chiefs, literally, as the car was released, started shouting at the and alerting everybody to the fact that the left front corner was on fire. By then, of course, it was too late and the car was already on pit road and making its way out and onto the track, and this is what's happened now.
Parker out of the car and has put the fire out, actually.
Well done.
Great work for him. There were some marshals nearby who were on the wrong side of the right side, the inside of the armcore with extinguishers, and he's pulled up next to an extinguisher point and got as close as he could just before the pit exit there. Let's take a quick update of who and what was going on down the pit lane. Let's go back first of all to Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we had, I think, you know what, just snuck in there. Right on that yellow was the 62 GTD Pro leader, the 62 Ferrari, was in the pits. I'm not sure whether he came in when it was still green and it went yellow as he came in, but whatever it is, that's his pit stops done and done.
They might have timed that absolutely perfectly. As Joe said, it was left front on the Lexus. Let's see. Fire at pit out. Where's the 62? Oh, no, they were
in and out. They were gone.
They were out just about 90 seconds. Out 90 seconds after the yellow was called. So that, I think, is going to be fine. Yes, Serra. Woo. Full course yellow at 17:50.03. Daniel Serra at 50.03 came into the pits. Yeah, I think you'll get 3 seconds, don't you? So
he was in. Okay. No, he was in. He was definitely in. He was in, and then we saw it come up on race control. So that's, well, it's definitely been Reese's day. That says sometimes you get these days in racing. They've had their drivers have done a flawless job. Let's be honest. They have just put fuel and tires in all day long, and they've just been fantastic. And that's played very, very well indeed for them. But let's see, I think what this could give us is a total fresh tyre GTP shootout.
PTO No Strategy Award still to come. And then on Wednesday, when the numbers have been crunched, the CrowdStrike Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award. Let's go to Joe Bradley in the pit lane with Jimmy Vassar, man with the name above the door of that Lexus team.
Jimmy, it's been quite a character-building Daytona 24 hours for you guys, but that was really unfortunate.
Yeah, it really was. You know, shit happens, right? But it's not the way you want to end it. Team did a great job. We were in position, hadn't made a mistake all 23 hours, pretty much, but did the best we could, kept the car rolling the whole time. Crew did a great job, drivers did a great job. It's just unfortunate to come away with not the points that we deserve.
One of your crew guys actually noticed it. I mean, it was tyre pickup that built up heat in the stop, wasn't it?
No, we heard some sort of a bang underneath the hood. Yeah, so I think it was a plenum fire, but they happen sometimes. And but hey, all credit to the team, and you know, we'll come back to Sebring Big Iron.
Jimmy, you guys, this is a bogey place for you guys. How are you going to break that hex?
to break it, we got to come back stronger next time. We got to Kaizen, right? You know, the 14 had very bad luck as well with the P2 driver spinning right in front of them. But, you know, all credit to the team. We came prepared as we could be, and just going home with without any watches.
Yeah, well, back and stronger next time, Jimmy. That's the spirit.
And back at Sebring for the Mobil 1 12 hours, part of the 36 hours of Florida, if you will. Hello to Gary on 2 wheels. I've had to step into work this morning for a client pickup, but I'm not missing the end of this race. He's got it up on the excellent stuff. He's got it up on his laptop. Emergency service for Mercedes number 80, the Lone Star machine. And Nick Dearman has more from the pit lane.
Down at the 18 pit with Colin Zilic. Connor, your work is done, obviously, with Freddie Ramison, but how does the team feel about this yellow flag? Is it just what you didn't want, or is it, you think, neutral compared to the rest of the P2 cars?
Yeah, you know, it's probably not what we wanted, but, you know, Christian's in the car and there's nobody else I'd rather have in the car than him. He's done a great job all weekend, and, you know, I look up to him, and he's been a big help for me this weekend as well. So, you know, obviously it's nerve-wracking, and, you know, it's my first Rolex 24, so I want to win it, obviously, but, you know, I'm just glad to be here with Aero Motorsports. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me, and, you know, to be here at 17 years old competing in this prestigious event, so cool. So, you know, I'm looking forward to the last few minutes here, and hopefully we can come out of here with the Rolex.
I hope you haven't promised it, but like your dad or something. You got to keep it, you know.
Oh, I'll keep it, all right.
Are you surprised by the amount of driving you got today? The team's really used you, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've done a good job with the team, and, you know, I've learned throughout the Roar and this week as well. So, you know, it makes me feel good that they trust me and they believe in me. And, you know, when we're racing the full season together, I appreciate having that trust and you know, that companionship. So, you know, I'm looking forward to the rest of the season with this team. It's been a pleasure so far, and, you know, hopefully we can end the year with a championship as well.
Great stuff, thank you, Connor.
Thank you.
One of the drives of the race, I would say, that young man.
And it's going to be so tight for LMP2, because if you come in at this shortly, you fill up full with fuel. Depends when we go back to green, you'd have to do quite a bit of fuel saving, but it's going to be really tight, I reckon, Jeremy. If you, I mean, what do you think? Could you get home without no more stops on an LMP2
Riassunto, non ho visto cosa è successo al Lexus. È rotto motore o fatto incidente?
Yeah, no, they can come in now when the pits are opened, and they should be fine, because the caution's going to go on for another 5 minutes or so. So yeah, that should be no problem for them.
And if they don't, they can come and speak to you later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that'll be fine.
Oh, due, che cazzo.
That's the words for the LMP2 teams to sing there. That's the words of Lee Diffie, sitting just off to my right. You'll recognise him. He's little Australian. That wasn't Jeremy Shaw saying that at all.
You said you're right.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Sorry.
I'm looking for you.
Vediamo quanto cazzo sono belle ste macchine, mamma mia.
It's been a long day.
We got there at the end.
Ha preso fuoco in pit lane.
If I have to explain it, it's not working, is it really? 44 minutes to go. Let's take a VP Fuel in-race update before any pit stops. And in fact, we can't do that because they've already decided to commit.
Ma cos'è? Sono in safety car? O Urcurziello lì, come cazzo si chiama?
And then I'm looking for the 40 to just come around the side of it and then to my left. So let's just have a look at the tyres that's going on. Yeah, fresh set of tyres for
Questa che Porsche è? Questo qual è?
Only fueling left on the 34.
Ah, cazzo, questo è l'ultimo cambio gomme, Furcursiello.
Run to the flag, isn't it? No fuel saving. This is going to be flat out.
Sei partito davanti.
In LMP2 land, the CrowdStrike, the 04, that's giving a full set of new boots and some fuel. And it looks like
siamo allo stesso punto.
The 7 is ahead of the 34, and they trundled past us. The 18, that's the era car. We just spoke to Conor Zilic. He has come off, but they're staying on board with Rasmussen. It's a set of tires.
Adesso se le danno di santa ragione.
The tower car has just dropped by
Adesso, ma ci voleva questo, ci voleva. Mo si avvicinano tutte.
So I don't think it's going to be any major order change within the P2, just because all the gaps between them.
Delle trasse, Acura. Cazzo, la Acura è terza adesso.
There we are, another graphic illustration of teamwork in the pit lane. Porsche and Penske Motorsport take the lead.
And the reason for that, John, is because
è rientrato, ma boh, avranno fatto dei calcoli. Minchia, Ferrari prima e seconda stanno dominando in GTD,
to get to the end of the race. I think that was the
mi
difference
sembra.
there in that slightly shorter pit stop enables number 7 car to get ahead of the number 31. How critical is that going to be? Well, we've already seen that Tom Blomqvist is he's on a mission, isn't he? And it's he stayed in the car, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. So really interesting, isn't it, that he's been given a preference over Pipo Derani for this final stint of the race. Just over 41 minutes remaining.
Let me just tell you
40 minuti, ragazzi.
Nasser or Blomqvist went full fuel. That was a timed stop.
Of course.
Nasser has 75% of energy remaining as it stands now, and he's regenning like mad on the outlap. As Blomqvist took 80, Delatraz 100, Jaminet 95.
Mamma mia.
Jimmy Bruni
hasn't yet pitted because he's just got the wave around, so he's going to get back on the lead lap.
Back. Yeah. Okay, that makes perfect sense. I presume Wesley is doing the same thing.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's a couple of laps farther back.
Bruni here, this is going to be interesting for Jimmy because he doesn't need a full set of energy either, and he's already got 30% energy stored up. So he probably, if he's going to go the same as Nasser, he only needs probably another 40.
Ah, ma nel WEC ci sarà anche la Aston Martin, possibile?
Here's the GTD cars coming in. Welcome back to the pit lane and the CrowdStrike pit report. Anna.
Thank you, can't keep me away. Rexy is getting new right side tires. Are they going to give Lauren Heinrich left sides? Of course they are, because they have them. So this means that Rexy will get the best opportunity he can to try and defend that second place, but he's got a blocked pit exit because the Forte Lamborghini, the first car to have an issue in this race, well, second technically to the AWA Corvette, but the first one to have contact out on the racetrack, is blocking their pit exit. So the AO crew knows that they are going to have to pull the car back. They do have a lap on the third place car, so they are able to take a little bit of time, but this is still an issue, and now he's leaving in traffic.
Significantly, but understandably, the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari did not pit there because they got in just before that yellow flag. So they keep their position on the track.
They do, but by coming in right before we went to yellow, that did enable number 77 car to get back on the lead lap.
Okay.
Albeit at the completely opposite end of the train.
Doesn't matter though, because well, actually it does matter, doesn't it? Because the 77 car won't be able to pass the other GTD cars.
No.
But wait a minute, no, it won't.
There'll be a lot of cars between the leading 62 Risi Ferrari and the AO Porsche. But if again you get another full course caution,
they do not split the fields in the GT out of the two GT.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Correct.
Split GTs and prototypes.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
Actually.
So we're going to come down to something like, I reckon, 35-minute sprint.
Thereabouts, yeah. I'm sure the AMR safety crew have had to work really hard under time pressure there, because a burnt-out car there's going to be all sorts of nasty stuff there to get cleaned up. Great job from them.
Fair play to Parker Thompson, because not only did he put the car out to all intents and purposes, but he pulled it off to the left as far out of the pit lane exit as he could do. We said this earlier on. A fire in a racing car gets your attention very quickly indeed, and being a left-hand drive car, that was right in front of Parker. He'd have seen that and have been working out where he could get to, where there was a fire point, where he knew there were extinguishers. It's something that you do on the track walk. You walk around, you look to see where the markings are on the wall, where the fire stations are, and you keep those in your head. Some drivers, and this was mentioned to me some years ago, if you can try and use the fire areas, the painted areas that tell you where the fire bottles are, try and use them as part of your orientation of the track. So if it's, you know, 2 concrete blocks beyond the fire, and then you keep the fire thing in your head for when you need it.
Yeah. full course caution is exactly what the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport team were just praying for with everything, because that gets them back on the lead lap and really in the lead bunch. So
bad news for Acura, that.
Yes, it is very bad news for the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti, number 40 Acura, who they've had to fight uphill all race long. Haven't quite had the pace of Porsche and Cadillac, and of course had that technical issue that Louis Delatraz did a great job to get the car kick-started again and back moving. But so it's not been the cleanest of runs. But to be on the lead lap with 36 minutes to go, I actually think they would take that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's that? Sorry.
The 40 Acura.
40, yes, absolutely true. Here comes number 5 car now, Jimmy Bruni. He got the wave around. He's hustled around. He's gonna make his pit stop now. It'll just be as John Hindhoff was just saying, it's a time stop, a time stop, just a splash of fuel. Really, the question is whether he can catch up with the back of the pack before we go back to green.
Shea Adam is watching.
He hits his marks. There we go. Fuel nozzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a longer stop. They've done right side tires, but also in as the 85. Let's see how long they do. Now, they're time stops, but they are longer stops still. They're stops that are long enough to change all 4 tires for both of these Porsches.
70, 80% energy for Jimmy Bruni, so that's more than everyone. More than the 2 leaders. They've only got 75%. Delatraz has got 95% in third.
Wow.
Jaminet is 90%. Bruni 80%. Westbrook another further couple of laps back on 95%. So Jimmy Bruni can go full rich and full attack, but can he hustle round in time to get the prototype class split? That'll be the question.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to go green this time, are we? No, because they're still making the class split now. They'll move all the prototype cars ahead of the GT cars.
Well, that's great news for Bruni.
Yeah, he should be fine. I think he'll be able to make up that ground. He's just going around the International Horseshoe now.
He gets to go all the way to the back of the GTP field. He doesn't have to sit behind the LMPs, but he doesn't get to go past the lapped cars. So he will be 8th in line.
And he'll actually be getting his tyres up to some really good temperature and pressure.
Yeah,
as he's on this, he'll be absolutely flat to the boards right now. In fact, he's just had a huge lock, a massive.
He's
in the
gone
wall.
off the road.
Oh, he's
Bruni off the road.
Yeah, at turn 6.
At turn 6. Oh my goodness.
He did a complete U-turn there. The opposite way around, so to speak. He turned right instead of left there,
right hand out,
in order to miss the barrier. He's gonna struggle now to catch up the pack, I think.
And he may have damaged the tires.
Yeah.
He's absolutely flying.
Mezz'ora da panico, figa.
So this is the black Mustang sampling car we're talking
Mezz'ora da
about.
panico.
To the braking area for the Le Mans chicane now. Goes through it, no hint of a lock up there, so that's good exit. Safety car is at the Western Horseshoe, and the safety car lights in the sunshine look to be off, I think. They seem to be out. Bruni might get this, you know. He might still get this. Here he comes. He's flat out across the start-finish line as he's trying to get back onto the back of the queue of cars.
I'm looking for purple sectors here.
Well, he'll be told off if he does, won't he? Jimmy Bruni will be absolutely spitting feathers for that little mistake, but I don't think it's going to cost him.
I agree, John. I think it probably cost him 5 seconds, probably.
Esatto.
It might work in his favour here. He's going to go blasting past all of the
What the fuck? Adesso sì, cazzo. Era questo quello che io voglio.
The split is still just about going on. He'll get to go past the P2s as well if he gets a hustle on. Here he comes out of
No, in Formula 1 mettono la filter safety car.
The GTD cars. It's a question of how far up the prototype grid he can get. There's cars weaving.
E poi sono americani anche loro, cioè io non capisco. Cazzo, ma mettete la safety car che come fanno qua. Guarda come cazzo si riavvivano ste gare qua.
As the
questa
safety
mezz'ora qua è
car,
da
the
vivere
Cadillac, the
assolutamente,
silver
ragazzi.
Cadillac pulls away. Here comes Bruni. He's not quite on the back of the GTD cars yet, but here he comes at the absolute flat out. And he comes through. He's up on the wall. He goes past
dove c'è la chicane. Guarda, la prima curva dove hanno superato la GT3 che gli sono passati in mezzo. Eppure la chicane sarà un bordello. Ma anche dopo la prima curva, quella dopo, la seconda, quella verso destra, anche quella lì, quella zona lì è tosta anche. Partiti. Ecco, una è già lunga, sullo sporco è andata. E le BMW neanche traccia. Ragazzi, buona visione, godetevela. Oh! Si è girata, non gliel'ho chiamata, cazzo, che sfiga. Non si può neanche muovere, cazzo. No, vabbè, cazzo, peccato, porco due. No, dai, mi dispiace per la BMW perché è troppo bella.
Daniel Serra still 6 seconds to the good, so down at turn 1. Porsche going right round the outside, gets a little hip check. Oh, gets a hip check going in there.
Se cominciano così.
The Acura, the number 40 car.
Push, push, push. Quindi Porsche, Porsche Cadillac. La terza cos'è? Ah, ma che cazzo, che animali, minchia, come Night Racing, uguale. Ora capisco perché. Ma cosa, le P2 l'hanno fatta girare? Porco Dio, ma più lenta pure delle P2. Come 3 Acura. Ah, che la Acura è terza, cazzo, è vero. Almeno con delle truss. La quarta è un'altra Porsche. Porco due. Ai ai ai.
Well, and with that great work from the Porsche Penske Motorsport team in the pits, they've got the jump on the number 31 Cadillac, and Tom Blomqvist for Whelen Engineering Cadillac has been given the honour and the trust to finish this race off.
A whole raft of penalties, 2 for the Lone Star number 80 running the red light and improperly served emergency service. They'll have to come back down the pit lane again. They're doing it now. And the 78 Forte Lamborghini pit lane speed violation, they're coming down as well. At the front of the field, Nasser from Blomqvist, from Delatraz, from Jaminet, they're all on the lead lap. Jimmy Bruni, 11 seconds further back, will be cursing that slight mistake. Cursing it.
That was the difference, wasn't it? That was absolutely all it was. But he had to push, though. He really had to push. He had to get those tyres up to temperature and pressure. And who knows? You never know. There might be another caution in here too, with it being such a no. I'm not saying want it or not, but it's certainly possible. We've seen it in the past. But is this just going to be a straight shootout between the number 7 and the number 31, the Porsche Penske Motorsport car and the Whelen Cadillac? 2 manufacturers, 2 quite different technical philosophies. The Multimatic chassis underneath the Porsche with a 4.6 litre twin turbo V8. Then you've got the big 5.5 naturally aspirated V8 in the Delari chassis.
Madre mia, madre mia, madre mia. No entiendo absoluto. Dime que tú no entiendes, que se van a matar aquí, Lejox.
It's a warning, just a warning for the CrowdStrike car.
Good call.
I think that's good officiating. I do.
Una media hora así.
Will be getting told that. I hope he gets told that because that will be.
Mira el Cadillac tiene un motor durísimo.
At the front of the field, Jeremy closing up
ya le está pegadito.
Certainly is, and Louis Delatraz in 3rd place. He's just turned that Acura's fastest lap of the race, a 35.9.
Ejali.
It's only a couple of tenths of difference, but he's on a charge. Really bad luck for number 80 car, the Lone Star Racing Mercedes. Boy, have they done a fantastic job. It was such a late deal coming together.
Claro, manito, yo hablo español también. Imagínate, yo hablo español, italiano.
That he was to come along. I mean, they're actually leading the class.
En práctica, que se van a dar durísimo aquí, se van a explotar.
They had to take on emergency service, then had to do a penalty for that, and they got another penalty because they ran a red light as well. So it shot them out of contention, but it's been a brilliant run by Lone Star Racing.
Bueno, también el Porsche tiene un buen motor.
Before to get here, it took him 2.5 days to get back because he was on holiday.
Un crack, un crack.
He had 4 cancelled flights and all sorts of dramas.
Oye, aquí en mi canal en inglés se habla nada más con las mujeres,
Louis Delatraz is flying here. Not only did he's followed that.
Solo con mujeres se habla inglés.
For that car up with some really strong sectors and another good lap in third.
Remember this time yesterday, or just a little bit later.
Somos dominicanos.
Pit stops
Yo vivimos en Suiza y hablamos italiano.
The Acura was actually quick.
And he's got more usable energy than the rest. So right now, according to our telemetry, Felipe Nasr and Tom Blunquist.
¿Y ustedes son todos españoles, de España?
Delatraz has got 80%.
O Latinoamérica también.
Whatever he can get out of that Acura.
El Mola es de España, seguro. Lexus es de España. That's right. Lexus, ya no comienza a ponerme en dificultad, metiéndome de que Guatagataquitus Berry. Que aquí no entendemos nada de eso,
And meanwhile, in LMP2, number 74 car, Felipe Fraga, just got past Tom Dillman in number 52 on the right.
Qué chimba. De México. Soy loquísimo con México. Gracias por el follow. Pollatoros. Ya, los Pollatoros. De Cataluña, no, yo vi que tú eras de España y que mola. Y que bueno. México, ¿de dónde? Acapulco, donde hacen novelas. Donde son las novelas más bonitas. Yo no sé de qué año tú eres, pero yo era frustrado con mi abuela mirando novelas de México, loco. María Teresa, María Mercedes, Dos Mujeres y un Camino. No, Dos Mujeres y un Camino.
They've got more energy than everyone else, and they're making use of that at the moment to close down on the 2 leaders.
Certainly trying right
María
now,
Mercedes para hacer videos. Ya, la canción será vieja.
They've really started to pull away now.
De Monterrey. Pila de mujeres para Monterrey. Donde están las mujeres duras también.
So Delatraz is dragging every bit of performance he can out of that number 40.
De 10 a 10. Es como aquí en Suiza que nada más se come chocolate.
This Cadillac at the front, they are just so strong.
Coming through to 25.
Cada país tiene su vaina. Nosotros dominicanos estamos frustrados con el dembow y la vaina. Ustedes en México están con la novela. En Suiza están con el chocolate. En España están con los toros. Bueno, ¿qué rasta, manito? Dame luz. Tranquilauran. Aquí tú sabes que se está encendiendo la vaina. Faltan 24 minutos y hubo un safety car, una vaina. Y ahora están toditos pegaditos más o menos. Speriamo non facciano danni. Esatto, speriamo. Speriamo. Como en España no hay toros. No, en España lo que hay es prosciutto, de eso del bueno, el de calidad.
New fastest lap of the race there for Tom Blomqvist, 1:35.554 for the number
Ese es el pasado, ¿verdad?
Cadillac, and that is a new lap record.
Oye, aquí en Suiza no es solo chocolate, aquí también hay otra cosa, pero ustedes saben, ustedes me entendieron. No ven la rasta.
Also, what about the 57 Winward car? May have been more pace than strategy. Confirmation then, 1:35.554.
Adesso sì, cazzo, bagar.
Tom Blomqvist.
And that's a tenth quicker, or just
Oye,
under
pero
a tenth quicker.
es que el Cadillac tiene un motor. Bueno, el Porsche ahora se está metiendo, se está yendo, 7 décimas.
Keeps being raised.
Ah, están prohibidos en Cataluña los toros, yo no sabía. Es que imagínate, yo cuando voy para España de vacaciones es para ver mujeres, vaina, bebida. No estoy atento a los toros, ¿no? Es un cuento. Pero yo no sabía que Están prohibidos. Sí, tienen que prohibir esa vaina, porque imagínate. Cuando yo veo esa vaina de que de el toro en la ciudad y que corriendo y toda esa gente mandándose por todos los lados. Uf, tiene coraje. Y el toro quillado. Ah, te compraste el aro de Senna. Wow, pues tú quieres simular la vaina de Senna. Ellos hay uno aquí en Italia que tiene la simulación, tiene su simulador, es como el carro de Senna, lo que tiene el Honda, el volante del Honda. Y parece que es él que está corriendo, porque él tiene hasta el casco. Y si les gusta la simulación, vayan a seguir también Rasta, que es un king también, metiendo mano. Y es un loquito, como yo. Dale, cazzo, dale. Casi stanno dando. Gli deve solo prendere la scia giusta. Però io ci scommetto che se arrivano i doppiati sono cazzi.
Track temperature over 100 Fahrenheit, 39 Celsius. And
Barcelona, yo adoro Barcelona, yo lo demás.
30-minute run to the finish. Everyone staring at the screens involved with these two cars.
There was a bit of a smile there from Pippo Durrani.
Nah, I think it was wind.
I feel sorry for the people in this box if that's the case, but I thought it was a smile.
Actually, he's a very, very, generally speaking, happy person. Very jolly. But he is a ferocious competitor. What does he know? What is he getting? What is he hearing from the driver? He's listening to what's going on in the cockpit. Tom Blomqvist, I don't know. Is he verbose behind the wheel? Does he like quiet? The spotter will be telling him what he's coming up on, and at the moment, that's a turn of BMW.
Júralo.
He closes up on the leader again, who gets a little bit of wheel spin on the curb on the right-hand side from the Michelins. They go through the traffic together. Into the dogleg, the left-handed kick. More traffic ahead.
800 euros me he gastado en 2 aros. QR, maldita. Bueno, bienvenido, Rasta. Pero nada, tú tienes pasión por eso como yo. El cuarto es la vida es una sola, loco. La vida es una sola. Yo te digo yo he gastado pila también. Y tú viste mi simulador y mi vaina y he vendido, comprado y que para probar y después vendido y tú nunca cuando tú compras que después tú vendes, tú nunca lo vas a vender igual como tú lo compraste nuevo, aunque sea nuevo. El dinero que uno pierde y las cosas, pero nada, la vida es una sola, uno tiene que probar cosas.
Made a major miscalculation. They should have plenty of fuel to go to the end.
No.
Well, once a Cadillac.
Tú sabes, manín, en lo que se puede, no somos de que grandes, pero estamos aquí activos. Yo estudié en Sabadell hace 25 años en el papá.
Who had more than all of them except for Delatraz, is now also down to 45.
Yeah, but we're within 20 minutes to go, and these cars can do 55 minutes or certainly 50 minutes absolutely flat out, so no problem there.
Ahora comienzan los GT3. A eso comienzan los GT3. Eso voy a propio vedere. Pero que no si se paritró por el grupo, gato, ese es un problema. Y que era una persona que 1 milímetro. È proprio appiccicato, devo perdere tempo.
Tom Dillman puts the into Europol.
Yo creo que el Cadillac tiene más. Para mí gana el Cadillac. Vince.
Cars driving off the track to stay out of the way of this lead battle. The rest of the field know what's going on here. They're spectators, but some of them are involved and embroiled in their own battle for victory.
Yo creo que él está esperando un poquito más también, no quiere pasarlo ahora. Come no che più gomma. Ah, sì, è verdad, è verdad. Porque Nart no se paró, no ha fatto la sosta box.
The Le Mans
se
chicane
paran en
really
box.
went in the favor of Felipe Nasr there.
Entonces,
Blomqvist getting stuck
Cadillac,
behind a GT car right in the middle
rueda
of that
nuevecita.
left chicane, and that was critical.
It could come down to a bit of traffic. Well, thanks
cost
for
them
being
4/10.
Thanks for being with us. If you're just joining
Madre
us
mía.
now, you've come to the party just as the presents are being unwrapped. Perfect timing.
Fashionably late.
Around the world on RS2.
Yo me puse los back shaker ahora porque imagínate, yo siempre he tenido sistema de movimiento en la postación y ahora después que lo vendí no puedo estar sin, por lo menos para sentir algo, me compré los back shaker.
Thanks for being with us as we are counting down to
Y vamos a ver
another
después.
grandstand finish here at the Daytona International Speedway and the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Round one of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for 2024. The pit crews are spectators
¿Dónde que yo lo vi a
now.
Blongo?
They are
Espérate.
hooked to the screens. They're looking at the splits.
Yo,
listening to their
puede ser
drivers,
también si es,
trying to work
ahora
out
no sé si es de
perhaps eke an advantage
si es
somewhere,
de
but they've done
indicar.
their job. They cannot influence this anymore. It's the
Yo no
spotter
sé,
and
yo no
the
sé si piloto
driver
de indicarlo. Te voy a decir
and
la
the
verdad,
gods
manito.
of racing that will decide who
Morales,
win this
oye,
race.
Morales está primero, loco, en
Plotting
GTD.
slightly coming out
Morales
of
primo.
the Le Mans chicane, goes on the high side of one of the Ferraris.
Y yo no entendía, yo leía de que Morad, y digo yo, diablo, se parece al nombre de Morales. Y ahora fue que lo entendí. Era
Close
esta.
enough, Jeremy. I don't think quite picking up enough of a draft. Drops in behind the Risi car to try and get a little draft from the GT.
Después te lo voy haciendo streaming, live, directo.
Thereabouts. Closes in under brakes, Blomqvist. But Nasr is doing a grand job, but he's using more energy.
Yeah, energy's not. I don't think energy honestly really is an issue at this stage, John. I think yeah, they've got plenty to get to the end from here. It's just a question of working their way through the traffic and looking for any opportunity to make a pass, which is not going to be easy. That's for certain.
No way. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Christian Rasmussen for Ferrari Motorsport has hit the afterburners. He's 4.8 seconds in the lead. Wow.
Yeah, but the battle between Dillman and Fraga is on.
And right behind them also, actually, McLaughlin's just gone through ahead of Dillman.
Scott McLaughlin goes through in the Tower Motorsport.
De Cadillac ne aveva di più di gomme, avrebbe dovuto passare e forzare da subito. Ah, esatto, sì. In effetti, non è un brutto ragionamento.
There's less than a second between third, fourth and fifth there.
Ma come ma non è che magari vuole risparmiare le gomme per la fine, perché alla fine è lì vicino, sta cerquita, non quiere gastar mucha rueda, non vuole consumare tante ruote.
Cadillac just tantalizingly outside of where it will get the most draft.
Yeah, and look at the Porsche just moving around just a little bit, trying to break that draft.
I think that's smart from Nasr. He's also taking the shorter line through the
Diablo, però, y los otros se desaparecieron toditos, pues, ¿dove cazzo sono gli altri?
Scrub off pressure speed. They're getting up to close on to 200 miles an hour there, 197, 198 miles an hour. No real rain to speak of, but the cars are looking battle scarred and dusty.
Hace par de minutos atrás no estaban todos los coches atrás y ahora nada más están en todo.
1 minute 35.924 for Felipe Nasr, the race leader last time around. His best 1:35.6, so with just 0.3 of a second off the fastest lap of the race he set only about 15 laps ago. And Tom Blomqvist, he was just about a tenth of a second slower on that last lap.
And McLaughlin's on
Non
the
capisco perché hanno voluto fare quella strategia lì.
past Fraga.
Se pensano di tenere botta così per 13 minuti,
Those two are having a cracking scrap, but they are gaining on Jakobsen, even as they scrap into the pit lane, very slowly indeed for the Spike. We know that car's been going slow, the AO number 99, not the finish that they wanted in that car.
So 13
te trova sempre scia qualcosa.
and there's so much at stake here.
Fabulous battle, by the way, GTD as well. See if we can pick those guys up.
Exactamente, lo está dando todo.
Le Mans chicane at the moment. 21.
Vuela Luar.
Red and white stripes on the roof.
Come sta andando la Mustang? Ma la Mustang è un po' che la inquadro, ma ti dico la verità, non ho ancora capito. Però non è per le prime posizioni. Mi sembra che è un po' indietro, Non l'ho vista nelle prime posizioni perché in GTD Pro è Ferrari, BMW e vabbè c'è Corvette. In GTD è Mercedes, Ferrari e l'altro non mi ricordo cos'è. Quindi sono un po' indietro. Però l'hanno inquadrato un bel po' di volte. Pegadito ta. Stai sperando il momento giusto per...
Sheldon van der Linde in the pro car is right ahead of Albert Costa in number 34 Ferrari for Conquest Racing, and then that Triazi car that's come back into the picture really fast in this last stint of the race. Alessio Rivera, and then back in 5th position now is Kenton Cook in the Courthoff Preston Motorsports entry. Mercedes.
Don't forget the checkered flag ends the race but starts the conversation. Michelin post race tech to come exclusively on IMSA Radio. Hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. Your thoughts, comments, points arising. Brickbats or bouquets will take the original audience-led post-race show is Michelin PRT. Hashtag Michelin PRT for after the race checkered flag. NASA by 0.8 of a second.
There's history going to be made here either way.
Bueno.
NASA has won this race before in class, never overall. Team Penske or Porsche Penske Motorsport
Lo tienen el mirino,
won this race overall since 1969 with the Lola. So for them it would be huge. For Porsche it would be a record 19th overall win here at Daytona. It's been a long time since they've had an overall win here. But
comunque Matti,
there is huge amount. If
Matti Tardi, secondo me Gome ne ha risparmiato un pochettino.
Rolex watches in a row.
No, ne ha sempre meno comunque, perché quell'altro ce l'ha per nuove.
His teammate Helio Castro Neves.
It's just greedy, isn't it? Let's be honest.
High stakes.
He's only got 2 wrists. What's he going to do? Put one on his ankle?
La 488?
10 minutes to go.
La 296 vorresti dire? Non c'è la 488, c'è la 488 nel cavista. Se la 296 cazzutta di brutto, la più bella.
4 seconds, all of a sudden it came down to 2, and now Christian Rasmussen has found another 3.5 tenths on that last lap to put it out to 2.5 seconds.
Delatraz is going to have to watch his mirrors now because Chamonix is under 2 seconds behind him for the
Oye cómo suena ese motor. Sentite come suona quello cazzo di motore.
Podium. He was a couple of tenths quicker last time around. It's 1.4 seconds now. Oh, this is all getting very, very tight indeed.
Madre mia, quanto falta? 9 minuti, veo.
GTD, the 57 AMG, the black and blue car ahead of the red Ferrari with the red and white stripes on the roof. 1.7 seconds.
Comunque Ferrari molto bene.
It's interesting that Mathieu Jaminet, having got that break with that caution, unable to really challenge Louis Delatraz in the Acura. He doesn't have the same sort of pace, it would appear, as his teammate Felipe Nasser.
36.6 last time for Jaminet, 36.3 for Felipe Nasser. Oh, how Jaminet could do with those extra 3 tenths of pace.
Sì, la 488 non c'è più, no?
This is as close as we've seen the Cadillac for a little while in the battle for first with 8 3/4 minutes to go. Up to high speed for the Le Mans chicane. Cadillac has to keep going for these gaps.
Comunque sta tirando quello col Porsche, mamma. Oh, è capace di vincere, cazzo, ragazzi.
Coming out of the final part of the Le Mans chicane. What do you say about this race, gentlemen? What do you say?
Dillman's got back past Scotty McLaughlin.
Yes, correct.
El Nas lì te lo sta dando todo. Todo.
Because those 3 are pretty much together. There's less than a second between them.
LMP2, but definitely the
Para mí, gana Cadillac.
So competitive.
And that's a battle for the third step on the box.
Incredible. Yeah, exactly.
Se
I
lo
mean,
puedo
the
decir,
18-era car that
diferencia
leads by
hoy,
3.3 seconds
al
from
momento que se nos da,
Malte
un cambio,
Jakobsen in the
la diferencia
04
disminuye.
CrowdStrike car. That gap has come down a touch, but it really has been those two cars and indeed their young guns that have impressed so much in this 24-hour race.
BDO knows strategy.
Is the strategy find young guns?
Well, do you know what? It's a fair point. You've got to use what you've got. Find the super silvers or the brilliant bronzes. You know.
Adesso i doppiati, no, cazzo.
Not maybe. That is part of it. Leader.
Bon, adesso è tutto a vantaggio della Porsche. Quei doppiati.
No impediment for either of the first two cars. Porsche versus Cadillac at Daytona. Echoes of glory days with a huge crowd, a record crowd here for the 2024 Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. The GTPs burst onto the scene last year. We
push.
Didn't even make the end of the race. Could have another P2 car sneak a victory, and the
Il fatto è che entra bene ed esce anche abbastanza bene adesso, la Porsche.
They've clicked it up a notch this year, Peter.
You bet they have, as is Tom Blomqvist. He's 3/10 up come at the end of sector 2 on this lap as they come up towards the stripe again. It is just yo-yoing back and forward. That Porsche 963 at the very top, right into 7th gear. It's just got that ever so slight top speed advantage.
Got a little bit long.
Madre mia.
Porsche there.
Madre mia.
There was a tiny moment, and I mean a tiny moment.
No quiere que se vaya.
Snaking as Felipe Nasser was trying to pull the car down to the apex of turn 1. This is now coming down to the finest of margins. 6 minutes to go in the race. So that's going to be about
Guarda quanto gli recuperi in staccata.
Possibly 5.
Però lo deve iniziare a superare perché cioè,
I don't know.
Spare a thought for the teams, the families,
tempo stringe.
the drivers who are in the pit. They're watching between their fingers. Just have a think what they're going through right now. Felipe Nasser's teammates, Matt Campbell, Joseph Newgarden, and Dane Cameron. What would it mean to them to get none of the drivers in this number 7 car have won the race overall?
Well.
So to win overall here would be a real highlight in 4 very glittering careers, and 2 Team USA alumni, Jeremy, in this car too.
It's true.
This is close. This is close. Half a second coming out of the Le Mans chicane is as close as Blomqvist has been. He'll pick up a little bit of toe from the GT car, but it's still not enough. He needs to be maybe 2.5 tenths, maybe even closer than that, as Nasser pulls out from half a second to a second, but again struggles to pull the car down to the apex of turn 1. He's got the AO Porsche number 77 right ahead of him. He gets through on the inside. Blomqvist's got to go here, and he's not going to make it. He'll have to swing round and then tighten the exit, and that will cost him some speed on the infield.
Cazzo, ma ce la fa o non ce la fa?
Porsche family, and yeah, didn't give the Cadillac much favours there, did he?
I've got to tell you, I think that Porsche's running out of grips, Jeremy.
Yeah, the Felipe Nasser's second place on 2 occasions here for Nasser. Each time he set the fastest lap of the race. He hasn't got the fastest lap of the race here, but he is leading it. He'll make that trade.
Are we going to be 2 to go or 3
Ora avrà le
to go here?
ruote
It's going to be very close.
Let's see.
sfinite.
Nasser is getting out of the slower corners. Very impressive.
L'ultimo grip che gli rimaneva.
It was the great Bob Walling, wasn't it, who always used to say, if you're brave and your car's set up, you can get through the quick corners.
3 minuti, 3 minuti.
And if you can get through and out of the slow corners better than your opponents, you're in those slow corners longer. That's where you make up the time.
And this was a guy that had to put down the huge horsepower of the 935s and 962s, big turbocharged monsters, and traction out of corners was something that was definitely at a premium.
Traffic again for the leader, swings to the high side. Here comes the Cadillac flashing the lights down into turn 1 again.
this is going to be so tight whether it's 2 to go from here or
Sì, ma quello con la Cadillac c'è una sfiga,
Really
cazzo che...
tight.
Guarda se le beve. No, ha vinto. Vince Porsche.
Too close to call. It was
It
about
will be the
312 when they came
white
off the line.
flag next time around.
Okay.
So there's just under 7 miles to go for the 2024
Troppo distacco preso
Rolex
adesso, cazzo.
24 hours, and they are both down to 10% of their fuel. That was
That's
tighter
okay.
than we thought, but I think it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Jimmy Bruni might be in trouble though.
Doveva farlo subito il suo spazio, ragazzi.
He's
Doveva farlo
eased his pace
subito.
dramatically.
In fact, excuse me, the white flag has come out now.
What?
The white flag is out now, so this is the last lap.
Cos'è che è?
I have no clue.
What?
No, it's being shown to the GT cars, isn't it?
Well, but
Behind
it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be.
Okay.
Well, I'm now confused. I heard the call from race control, and I presumed that was for next time around. There was
We've still got almost 2 minutes on the clock. That's plenty of time.
Indeed so. I can see the white flag being waved now. So this is
Due
Felipe
giri.
Nasser coming round for the final time. The checkered flag is out.
Ah,
perché
le puso la bandera? No, relaje.
By about a second from Blomqvist
Guarda,
in
pazzo.
second place. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of confusion here. And there's still
Tremendo
time on the
porro.
clock by my watch. I think they've timed that to 40 to 13:40, but we didn't quite get away at 13:40. We were a tad late on the green flag. So
thankfully, it's not going to make any difference because on that last lap, Blomqvist got held up badly by
Non ho capito neanch'io. Ha messo per sbaglio la
bandera. 2 seconds between them as they crossed the line.
Coglione.
let's just wait for the LMP2s to come through. There's no sign of celebration down in the pit lane. Now the celebration will go to Shea and during the moment for no, they've stopped again down in the pit lane. This is extraordinary.
Quello lo licenziano questa sera, quello lì.
More drama at the end of the race as well. Here comes the Rasmussen.
Ah, ma va per regolamento finisce?
This is the blue and silver
No, non ci credo, ma veramente sì.
seconds over. Crowd strike through to the checkered flag. And will take
Era un
LMP2.
beep.
Comes through across the line. Daniel Serra for Risi competition has won in
Incredibile.
GTD Pro because
Morantes, cazzo, grande Morantes, figa.
and it'll be between Daniel
Grande
Molina
Morantes.
and Miguel Molina. It's Conquest. Here they come again to the line with the checkered flag. So they've now won it twice.
Cazzo.
One afternoon.
Non ci credo, ragazzi, ma non ci credo. Ma come? Ma come?
LMP2 Racing competition Ferrari GTD Pro.
Cazzo, ha vinto Porsche, non ci credo. Cadillac ne aveva di più,
Let's go to Shea Adam first of all for some reaction.
Per me. Mica si mangeranno i coglioni. Ora subí un video del paraíso de Simbrese. Échale un ojo en YouTube. Lo voy a mirar ahorita. No relaje, yo no lo puedo creer. Loco.
Matt Campbell is walking out to the wall to celebrate with his guys.
Yo no lo puedo creer. Oye, tenía la rueda nueva. Le ruote nuove. Todo nuevo. Y alla fine diavolo, tu vuoi essere un titolo.
Another big one for Ferrari. Oh, amazing.
Sì, ganó Porsche. Sí, pero como dice el Vázquez, las casi 24 horas. O sea, se terminó a ¿qué? A 23:59.
An amazing car, so super happy now. I would like to enjoy with my team.
Yes, absolutely. Good.
Bueno, Ferrari ganó en GTD Pro. Mercedes ganó en GTD. En el MP2, ¿quién fue que ganó? Rasmussen. Bueno. Seguro Toto Wolff llamó y dijo a Masi.
Well, you're about to go up on the stage and get a Rolex.
El Toto.
You've already got them from winning the championships, but this is from something different. We hear the emotion in your voice and just how much this means to you. But the group of people that you were able to accomplish it with, that's got to make
No making.
Yeah, for sure. To my engineer, he's the manager of the whole program now. Raul from the last program, so yeah, I mean a lot of hours, a lot of time.
Pero corrió bien Porsche, tenían
15 years,
dos
there's a lot of laps around here trying to get this one done, so yeah, amazing.
coches por delante.
Daytona 24-hour winner.
BMW, delusión total. La BMW, la BMW, delusión total.
Ferrari Daytona 24-hour winners. Thank you. It's
El
very,
más
very
el
special
24
win
più
for
giro.
us. We've been
El
trying
IMSA vale
for,
l'ultimo giro entro le
up to
24,
25
credo.
years.
Ah,
We've had
ok.
5 second finishes.
Via vado, magari
it's
grazie
great
mille
to
per
be
il
here.
live, anche per il prossimo, magari anche per il web.
take this opportunity
Certo,
to
se
thank
le
you
riesco a
so
trovare
I've always believed
lo
that
faccio
IMSA
volentieri, Rimi.
is the best sports car
Grandissimo,
series
grazie che sei stato
in the
con
world.
noi. E
We have our
grande, sì.
differences as in every family, but
Molto attivo in
I'm
chat,
happy to be here and thank all the people that
come
come
anche
and back us.
Mati, eccetera,
And most
eccetera.
of all, everybody that has a 296 in the world, I hope they enjoy it.
Thank you, Giuseppe. And it's a
Morales.
pleasure to see Giuseppe Ricci and Ferrari win any race for the Daytona 24 Hours.
Modarne, regala unos pedales, coño. Ahora, ganate, regala un par de pedales de la Sin Cube.
Captain, as a Rolex 24-hour winner, your team has
Vale,
won
vale.
with Porsche.
Dai
What
con
does
él.
this mean for you and your whole organization?
Well, I'll tell you, we entered into this partnership with Porsche. They've been our partners on the automobile business for many years, but this is one that,
Ma poi
you know, last
él
year
tenía
we
el logo
stumbled,
nei
we
guanti.
had some good
En los
runs
guantes
last year,
tenía
but
la M de
last
Morales. Y yo ni lo
and then
miré
both
eso.
cars run for 24 hours and then win the race.
Grazie a tutti, sarò in pista alle 2 gare del WEC 67 di giorni in diretta. Oh, perché tu fai streaming?
Technology-wise, and you're still up on the box.
Inizia aggiornati così almeno sappiamo.
One of the biggest wins we've had.
Ma su
Now we
Twitch?
gotta go for the big one at Le Mans, you know that. So thank you.
Mission accepted. Good luck.
Thank you.
Così al massimo ti seguo anche.
Sounded really emotional.
He's a racer.
Grazie per la compagnia, Mati.
Could have been on edge all the way through the last hour or so, just as we were.
And that's and for Porsche, that's a 19th overall win. They move 6 ahead of Riley in the overall standings. What an achievement! And for these 4 drivers, Matt Campbell, Felipe Nasser, Joseph Newgarden, and Dane Cameron.
Sì, però la BMW, gente.
All
Poi.
climbing aboard the number 7. Not designed for that many passengers.
Oh, I bet it is, because you want to win the race. You build a car to win, so you need to do that when you win. And isn't this amazing? You know, this Porsche program.
Did you hear what Joseph said there?
No.
Where's Victory Lane?
No, direttamente dalla pista. Se ci siete che al giorno poi ci iniziate in tempo reale. Ah, ok. Top. Top, perfetto.
There you go.
Perfetto.
There's the 2 seconds.
Non vediamo l'ora che inizi il WEC.
That was tight, wasn't it? Oh.
Vedere Valentino, vedere
Tell you one
Marcello,
more lap,
vedere Lamborghini, vero? Curioso, la BMW.
They were pushing hard.
They'd have made it though, I think.
L'Aston Martin? C'è anche l'Aston Martin? No, mi sembra quest'anno. Forse.
Isn't that unusual where you see 4 drivers that have never won the race overall?
Winning the race overall.
Nowadays, yeah. I mean, Felipe and Felipe Nasser and Matt Campbell won it together in class 2 years ago in that incredible finish with Faf.
4 drivers of that standing and caliber. As well.
Yeah,
exactly. And I'd say Nasser's second overall, he's finished here on 2 occasions. So to get that monkey off his back, I mean, he's been a star since he first came over here. He was a star in Formula 1.
Ok, allora
for the right team.
ho letto male.
But today he showed his class once again. Felipe Nasser coming.
Magari pure con la Red Bull, cazzo.
For the captain. And the whole team, Joseph Newgarden, Matty Campbell, who was stellar all the way through, and Dane Cameron, what a great return for him. He's going to be doing the full season in the IMSA World Sports Car Championship this year.
Dove cazzo la portano la macchina?
BTO No Strategy Awards. Tim Cindric has pulled the 7 through to victory there. A great run for Wayne Taylor Racing with a car that didn't have the ultimate pace, about 6/10 away in terms of the fastest lap. Comes in 4th position outside the top classes. Era and CrowdStrike and Riley and into Europol, all great in LMP2. Reese coming through the field to win Pro. EO Racing hanging on for second, although they qualified in pole position. Winward Racing coming through to win GTD ahead of AF Corsa. Conquest in 3rd. Triazi in 4th in that particular class as well. Where's your vote going, Jeremy?
Is this just one?
Yeah.
Oh, crikey.
Go on, I'll let you think about it.
Yeah, that's
Peter?
really difficult. I mean, for me, the picks would be, I agree with Peter, the number 40 team in GTP would certainly be worth a shout. I mean, and then in GTD, you Conquest Racing and or Trials competition. It's first race for Conquest back in IMSA for many years.
Enteme macho. Tato, Rasta, gracias que se pasaste otra vez, manito.
They were punted out of, I think,
Lo vemos por ahí.
position with about 3 hours to go, and to come back.
Actualízalo cuando tú montes toda la vaina.
Just off the podium in 4th, brilliant job.
For me, it's got to be the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Acura with Andretti. They didn't have the pace, and they dragged that car with such will to get it on the podium. They didn't have the pace of the Porsche, the Cadillac, and yet they score a big chunk of points for the championship.
That's a very good point. And the car was dead stick in the middle of the night, remember? Power of positive thought got that going again. I've got no idea.
Okay.
Chip in a moment as well. A lot of emotion down there. You're listening and watching
De Morales, me dijiste día ver el video, ¿no?
very historic moment as 4 drivers who've never won overall paired up or quadded up at least in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Take it by just over a couple of seconds. That 2-second margin is not indicative of what we saw during the last few hours of this race. It's been tight, and we finish with
no me voy a dormir tarde, pero mañana se trabaja, imagínate.
Of which 3 of them are Porsches. Porsche, Cadillac and Acura fill the 3 podium spots. In LMP2, it's Era from CrowdStrike, from Riley in the Orica battle. Risi Competizione give Ferrari the win ahead of Porsche and EO Racing, the pole-sitting car. And Paul Miller Racing, despite the struggles with brakes at the end, are on the podium. And Winward for Mercedes-AMG ahead of AF Corsa for Ferrari in GTD. And in 3rd, Conquest Racing for Ferrari. We'll have our winners, of course, for the CrowdStrike Endurance Team Speed Award on Midweek Motorsport when we've crunched the numbers.
I've got those.
For the data.
Okay.
Let's have the numbers for Michelin Endurance Cup before we wrap up, Jeremy.
Yeah, in the GTP, Wheel and Engineering Racing, Cadillac will have 18 points to finish second in the race, but will be in the leaders in the Michelin Endurance Cup by 2 points over Penske Porsche Motorsports number 7. The manufacturers will be tied, but Porsche will be ahead because they won the race. In LMP2, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, 17 points to the 15 of the race winners, Era Motorsports, and the 13 of Inter Europol with PR1 Madison Motorsports. GTD Pro, the Paul Miller Racing, despite that disappointment towards the end, will lead on 15 points to the 14 of Risi Competizione. Manufacturers, Ferrari and BMW tied on 15. And in GTD, finally, Korthoff Preston Motorsports
Tengo que decir buena carrera.
Buena carrera, me gustó muchísimo. But Korthoff Preston were the highest place finishers, so I think they will come away unofficially with the lead. Winward Racing just 1 point behind, but having won the race, they'll be more than satisfied with that on 12 points. And Triazi Competition on 11 points.
History made down in Victory Circle. Our BDO No Strategy Award goes to the number 40 Acura in 3rd position with a car that had to be planned and schemed to get to that position. Let's hear from the man with his name above the door, Wayne Taylor.
Wayne, hello. You've won our BDO Strategy Award. And you know what? When I spoke to you earlier in the week and you said, you know what, we haven't got a chance. And I walked away and I thought, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he did it. And you know what? all right, it's all about the win here at Daytona, but you guys are on the podium, and that means something.
I tell you, more so than ever any other race, because when I look at my trophies at home, I got a lot of wins here, and then I got a ton of second places and a ton of third places. But quite honestly, with going to a two-car team and just new drivers and new partners and everything, and knowing coming into this race with some of the stuff that was put onto our cars, we knew we had no chance, because not only there was tire degradation, there was just so many things, and I thought if we can at least get somebody in the top 5. But I got to say to you know, Colton, Jensen, Jordan, and Louis, they did an outstanding job. And then the team, first time together, you know, we're flawless in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good. It feels like a win then when you look at that trophy.
It does.
I'm so happy to hear that.
And you know what? I'm going to be back next year.
I know you are. I know you are. Well done, Wayne. Well done.
Wayne Taylor and the BDO Nose strategy winner for the number 40 car on the podium. Thank you very much to Nick Damon, Shay Adam, and to Joe Bradley, our CrowdStrike pit reporters. The booth team, Jeremy Shaw and Peter Mackay, alongside me, John Hindhaugh. All of our technical staff, but particularly Alyssa and to Aaron, who talked us through the race from up in Concord and helped us right across the weekend. A big thank you to the Tape Apes. I know that they are working with heavy hearts this weekend after the recent death of one of their own. Brett Simmons was one of us too, one of the family. They've done a cracking job for us all over the weekend. It's going to be Michelin post-race tech. Coming up, we'll answer your questions, hashtag Michelin PRT. But for the moment, on the PA and on 107.9, it's goodbye from Daytona as Porsche celebrate winning the 62nd Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona.
Bueno, mi gente, llegamos al final. Le quiero dar las gracias a todos los que estuvieron activos, a tutti quelli che sono stati con me tutte le 24 ore, eccetera, eccetera. Tenetevi aggiornati, mi raccomando, seguitemi su Twitch perché io porto simulazioni di guida, simulación, hablo con los dos idiomas. Y nada, corremos en iRacing con il team e hacemos pila di carrera, pila di cose, tante gare e niente, siamo attivi, portiamo anche altri giochi, NBA, non è solo simulazione ma nel canale più simulazione. E niente, grazie per quel follow a Maxi, thank you very much per il follow, man, welcome. Io anzi, cosa faccio? Vi ringrazio. Stavo pensando di farmi qualche partita qua, ma non lo so, vediamo, magari rifaccio la live perché così questa si rimane salvata e buonanotte. E niente ragazzi, vi saluto, grazie di tutto, ci vediamo la prossima, hasta la vista.